Savior Minarchy. No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNRadio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNRadio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNRadio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRNRadio.
Not to be a backseat driver, but can you say for sure you got the best monthly payment possible on your auto loan? Could it be that you might have gotten a better deal by shopping the loan at a few places and have a lower car payment? Next time, before you go car shopping, visit Communication Federal Credit Union first. Our auto loan experts will find you a perfect loan and get you the lowest monthly payment we can. Communication Federal, your auto loan experts. Restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts. It's new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the #1 way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
Days only real if somebody remembers. They say your legacy is only real if they can point and say that's him. If the room goes quiet when I walk in, if my shadow's longer than my sin. Numbers climbing, names on screens, always craving accolades and needing to be seen. If they don't see me, I don't matter. If I'm not winning, what's the use? I gotta leave something carved in stone, something louder than the truth I know. 'Cause silence feels too close to death, and being forgotten scares me most. The world says it only matters if they see me, if they know my name, if I'm up in lights. I gotta burn it in so they remember before the darker night claims the light. I gotta make a mark before the lights go dark. Yeah, I gotta make a mark before the lights go dark. Say my name, don't let me fade away. I watch the faithful go unnoticed, hands so dirty from the work they never chase. Recognition, always walking in faith. Every prayer said in the shadows, every choice nobody praised. They weren't building monuments to fame, just kneeling to pray. Even when it was tough to stay, I felt the weight of what I wanted and the cost of what it took. I was chasing something empty while the answer overlooked. ride alone knows I chase the crowd just to feel complete. I measure worth by clout, by those surrounding me. But there's only one name that matters, and I laid mine down to claim it. All these years I tried to leave a legacy when I was called to carry his name. The only thing worth leaving behind is a life that pointed back to him. Not my glory, not my fire, just faith that held when the whole world dimmed. It shouldn't matter if they knew my name. My life should be the proof of his glory. What matters is what they saw in me when the world was watching. Now I live my life. It never mattered if they saw me or if they ever knew my name. If they saw Jesus in my walk each day, then I ran my race the right way. Let the lights fade, let the noise fall. Heaven knows the choice I made. I don't need my name in the spotlight if they saw Jesus in my walk each day. If they saw Jesus in my walk each day. If heaven knows my name, that's enough of name. That's enough of me.
And welcome into a very special edition of Kingdom and Country. This one has been in the works now for a little bit. I am Rick Robinson. We are live right here on KLRNRadio. We're doing this on ChatLivesMatterNight. I am fighting with my system, so we're going to riff for a minute while I figure all this out because, yeah, everything is being super cranky. So, yeah, I don't know what's going on. But anyway, so this is something that I've been toying around with for a while because it bugs me. Because one of the things that I keep hearing from all of, I don't really want to call them crazy people, but they kind of are crazy people, is how Donald Trump is the Antichrist. And if it's not Donald Trump, then it's Elon Musk. And if Donald Trump is the Antichrist, then maybe Elon Musk is the false prophet. And then I even had somebody ask me the other night if I thought Mr. Beast was the Antichrist. So we're going to do some diving and we're going to see. But the thing that everybody seems to be missing is we're never really going to know until we're in it. But we're going to kind of take this piece by piece as soon as my system decides whether it's going to behave or not. So we'll find out in a second. All right. So let's see what's going on with my notes. I had slides prepared, but like I said, my system's being cranky. So I'm just going to probably scroll up and find my notes and get started because everything's been, dude, I swear. I blame Amish. I really do. Because ever since we've done the show about the goblins, no matter what I do, something always goes sideways. And it's been happening to me a lot lately. And I blame the Amish one. So that's part of the reason why we're taking a break from juxtaposition. I'm going to try to figure out what I got to do to maybe expel some goblins or gremlins or whatever. But anyway, so this one is like I said, it's been a long time coming. There is no toxic masculinity. I'm sorry. Well, that was last month. But yeah, there's no conservative curmudgeon tonight either. So this one will just kind of go till we run out of gas. Which I'm hoping I can make it last for about 2 hours if my voice holds out. If not, we may shut the feed down and come back when Gene starts up here in a little bit. But so again, deep dive on the Antichrist. So let me keep scrolling up till I get back to my notes because my little assistant is being a little persnickety today. I keep having to explain things to it like it's 5 again, and I thought we had all this sorted out. So everything's taking a lot longer than it normally does, including now it's not wanting to rerun the stuff that I keep asking it to rerun. It's like, I just did that. Scroll up. I'm like, dude, you need to get reformatted. Like, seriously. Anyway, I have a sneaking suspicion that artificial intelligence might actually be the Antichrist, but don't tell my virtual assistant I said that. So anyway, so tonight we are going to slow down a bit Because there are lots of claims circulating that certain modern leaders are the Antichrist and others are functioning as the false prophet. Those are not casual accusations. Those are claims about the final unfolding of biblical prophecy. And if we're going to use language like that, we must use it carefully. So, as 1 John chapter 4, verses 1 through 3, this is a non-copyrighted version of the Bible that is as close to possible as King James, without me continuing to get in trouble by my research assistant for trying to use lots of NIV stuff, because apparently NIV is still copyrighted. So, beloved, don't believe every spirit, but test the spirits, whether they are of God, because many false prophets have gone out into the world. By this, you know the Spirit of God. Every spirit who confesses that Jesus Christ has come in the flesh is of God. And every spirit who doesn't confess that Jesus Christ has come in the flesh is not of God. And this is the spirit of the Antichrist, of whom you have heard that it comes. Now it is in the world already. The command here is clear. Test, don't assume. Not to get too openly political, but in the words of Ronald Reagan, trust but verify. Kind of same thing, but biblical context. So again, test, do not assume. Do not panic, but test. So before we start attaching everybody's name to, Revelation chapter 13, there's a lot of things that we need to take into account. One is the fact that the beast as referenced in the Bible is actually not what a lot of people think it is. The beast is actually four beasts and one to come. And those are the kingdoms of Rome is the final one, Greece, and there are a couple others. I don't have the notes right in front of me. But when it talks about a beast rising from the ocean, it's talking about the kingdoms that will arise over time, the four original and then the one to come. So with the final beast, it's said to have 7 heads, 10 horns, and each horn holds a crown. So that basically means it is a union of 10 leaders coming together. Now, a lot of people think that is likely going to be the European Union, or already is the European Union. I think the European Union might be the predecessor to what that becomes, because there hasn't really been any point in history where the European Union has had just 10 crowns. They've been above the number, they've been below the number, and if they've ever hit the 10, it hasn't stayed there very long. So I honestly think that we're not quite there yet. I think we're getting close. I'm not going to pretend we're not. The second Israel got put on the map, a lot of people started thinking, hey, this is because that's what the Bible says. This is the generation that will see the return of Christ. The problem that we have is when you start talking about people that were used to living a very long time. Now, I'm not talking about at the time the scripture was written, but we still don't really know what they considered a generation back then. And I didn't really take the time to look either. We also don't necessarily know what a generation means from the perspective of the author, because for us, a generation up until recently has been anywhere between 25 to 28 years. If you'll notice, they're shrinking. They're down to like 16 now. But for them, who knows? Because if we're using that as the math point, then we're 5-6 generations removed from Israel being put on the map. So according to that, if we take that at face value and in the words as written and as interpreted, then we're already 4 or 5 times past that window. So again, that's what I consider a test. So to me, that means either something wasn't listed properly, or a generation in this context doesn't mean what we take it to mean, because let's not forget, a day in heaven is as 1,000 years on earth. And I'm still pretty sure that math is low. I don't think we can actually comprehend beings that completely live outside of time. But again, before we attach Revelation 13 to anyone's name, there's questions we have to ask. So what does the scripture actually say? This is from 1 John chapter 2, verses 18. Children, these are the last days, and as you heard that the Antichrist is coming even now, many Antichrists have arisen. By this we know that this is the last hour. There is a coming Antichrist, but there are also many Antichrists. And we know this because if you listen to a lot of Christian scholars and biblical scholars, they believe that Hitler was likely one of the iterations of the Antichrist. They believe that Alexander the Great might have actually been one of them. So verse 22 actually defines this. Who is the liar but he who denies that Jesus is the Christ? This is the Antichrist, he who denies the Father and therefore denies the Son. At the most basic level, Antichrist means denial or distortion of Christ. Now, in a lot of ways, then this is why we're talking about the language, because in a lot of ways, the Antichrist has been built up into this giant thing, like the antithesis of Jesus. Like, there's going to be the anti-savior, so to speak. And there may be, because Satan is very jealous, and we know this. So Satan tries to emulate everything that God has ever done. Satan tries to find a way to twist it and emulate it. So there may very well be a thing, but the simple fact of the matter is the spirit of the Antichrist is already here, and you're seeing it everywhere. Because how many people don't even believe, one, that Jesus was an actual person anymore, two, that he is from and of the Father. I mean, hell, if you listen to even, I think it's Calvinists who don't think that Jesus was Jesus until after he died on the cross, which is crazy to me. And don't tell Richard Harden that I said that, because he's we ran his show for years. And look, anybody can use any form of faith as a window. I am one of these people, and I've said this over and over and over again. My God is big enough that if you think your God is bigger, let's put him toe to toe and see who comes out on the other side. Because I know how this works. We saw it with Moses. We saw it with the flood. We've seen it so many times. I mean, hell, if you want to be really, 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 really just down dirty and just raw with it, Jesus won this war over 2,000 years ago, and the devil's too stupid to know it, because the devil's still fighting to see whatever he can take with him on the way out the door. But the fight's been over for over 2,000 years. But again, the most basic level of Antichrist means denial or distortion of Christ. That is the theological language that is being used, not political language, not scary language from books and movies like Left Behind, but actual theological language. Now, that is different from the final prophetic figure described by Paul. And this is where we get into, remember a second ago where I said I think at some point there will actually be a physical Antichrist, because there was a physical Christ, and Satan loves to duplicate and distort anything the Father's ever tried to do. This is from 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, verses 3 through 8. Let no one deceive, pardon me, let no one deceive you in any way, for it will not be unless the rebellion comes first, and the man of sin is revealed, the son of destruction, he who opposes and exalts himself against all that is called God or that is worshipped, so that he sits as God in the temple of God, setting himself up as God himself. Don't you remember that when I was still with you, I told you these things? Now you know what is restraining him, to the end that he may be revealed in his own season. For the mystery of lawlessness already works. Only there is one who restrains now until he is taken out of the way. Then the lawless one will be revealed, whom the Lord will kill with the breath of his mouth and destroy by the brightness of his coming. So pay really close attention to these elements. Self-exaltation above God. Now, this is when we're going to take the first real look at, say, Elon Musk or Donald Trump. How often do they put themselves above God? I have not heard. Maybe Trump when he was younger, not since the shooting. I've never heard Elon Musk do it, but then again, I mean, I don't run in their circles, so I can only go off of what they say publicly. A temple setting, which we don't really seem to have yet, a defined season, which could just mean a time that is not yet here, and destruction directly by Christ at his appearing. This is a very specific profile. So now let's turn to Revelation 13. And this is Revelation 13, verses 1 through 8. Then I stood on the sand of the sea. I saw a beast coming up out of the sea, having 10 horns and 7 heads. The dragon gave him his power, his throne, and great authority. One of his heads looked like it had been wounded fatally, and this fatal wound was healed. The whole earth marveled at the beast. They worshipped the dragon because he gave his authority to the beast. And they worshipped the beast, saying, "Who is like the beast? Who is able to make war with him?" A mouth spewing arrogant things and blasphemies was given to him. Authority to make war for 42 months was given to him. It was given to him to make war with the saints and to overcome them. Authority over every tribe, people, language, and nation was given unto him. All who dwell on the earth will worship him, everyone whose name has not been written from the foundation of the world in the book of life of the Lamb who has been killed. So again, the Antichrist will at some point have global authority. There will be global worship, meaning there will only be one church. There will be a total of 42 months of defined rule. There will be open war with the saints. This is not symbolic outrage. This is global domination. Now the second beast, because there's more than one. Revelation chapter 13, verses 11 through 17. I saw another beast coming up out of the earth. He had two horns like a lamb, and he spoke like a dragon. He exercises all the authority of the first beast in his presence. He makes the earth and those who dwell in it worship the first beast. He performs great signs. He deceives those who dwell on the earth. He causes all to be given marks on their right hands or on their foreheads, and that no one would be able to buy or sell unless he had that mark. This second beast actually performs signs, directs worship, enforces allegiance, oversees economic restriction tied to worship. That's the biblical description of the second beast. So now let's pause for a moment. Do any of the modern thresholds that are being thrown around by Democrats today and other crazy people meet any of these thresholds? Because I don't believe they do. Or are people reacting to strong personalities and what can be considered a turbulent time? Every generation has faced powerful leaders. Every generation has seen moral corruption. Every generation has been tempted to say, well, this one's it. But Jesus warned us over and over and over again. Because, and don't get me wrong, again, there have been antichrists, and I think these have been the attempts. These have been the run-ups to see where they could go, what they could do, to find out if they could push things or maybe circumvent the system a little bit. And I think there have been historical antichrists throughout our history. I think one of them was Napoleon. I think another one was Hitler. I think another one was likely Alexander the Great, because that's what they were trying to do. They were trying to put themselves above anyone and everything else and rule the world. But Jesus warned us about these things also. Be careful that no one leads you astray. And this is from Matthew 24, verses 4 and 5. Be careful that no one leads you astray, for many will come in my name, saying, I am the Christ, and will lead many astray. And this is Matthew 24, 23 and through 25. Then if any man tells you, behold, here is the Christ, or there, don't believe it. For there will arise false Christs and false prophets, and they will show great signs and wonders, so as to lead astray, if possible, even the chosen ones. Behold, I have told you this beforehand. Now, this is important, because this is one of the things that Jesus has talked about over and over and over again during his ministry, to get his people to understand that there are going to be times when you're going to be tested. There are going to be times when you think you're in those moments, but no one knows the day or the hour. And we'll get to that scripture in a second. But at the same time, he keeps telling people, this is what you need to look for. This is what you need to tell those that come after you to be ready to look for. When there gets to the point where you can't do anything without what is considered the mark on your forehead or your hand, then that's when you know we're in the thick of it at that point. But again, supposedly Israel being put back on the map was one of the earliest signposts that we are headed into the last days. Now, again, I'm not trying to split hairs with anybody, because I don't know what these people considered a generation. All right, so we're going to go ahead and take a music break, only because I need to get a sip of water. And I have a song prepared for tonight anyway. So this show is going to be a little bit longer than I had originally intended. So you're going to get to hear this a little bit more, and I hope you don't mind. But we're going to get this queued up, so hang on just a second. I think it's that one. I think. No, I think it was this one. All right, we'll be right back. Stay tuned.
They say it's some.
First things first, let me fix that. And then that's the one I just played, so we don't need that one. This one? Might be. No, I think it was this one. Nope, I feel like a stormtrooper tonight with my board because I'm hitting all around the mark, but not the one I'm looking for. That's a good song, though. I probably should have went ahead and let that one play. But that's not the music break I had intended for tonight. Let me get this one. Maybe. I think I just loaded this one, though. There we go. Here's the one especially for this show, so hang out and before I let this one get started, I got to say this. So this was originally supposed to be a show that was supposed to be done last Friday night, and it was only going to be slated for 90 minutes. But I was like, dude, I cannot sit here by myself for 90 minutes and not, have something to take a break in case, Mother Nature calls, etc. So I came up with this throwaway idea of making a song about the Antichrist. And lo and behold, this is probably one of the coolest tracks I've ever managed to put together. Been working on it now off and on because this has been a show idea of mine for a few weeks now. But when I decided that I was going to do it on the Friday show, I started working on it last Monday after having the lyrics and everything put together and doing a few run throughs, getting the notes just right, and then a little bit of extra mixing. But this is pretty much what we wound up with. I hope you guys like it. I don't really know what I'm going to do with it because it's a song about the Antichrist. But as the kids say, it kind of slaps. So I don't know. But anyway, we'll be right back. Stay tuned.
stay. A throne that feeds on borrowed flame cannot outlive the name. Worship me and live. The spirits do not give.
And peace, peace without the prince's war.
I am king. A crown without a cross is no king at all. He wears a crown he was without a cross, demands his order down the cost. Every empire built on sand falls before the Lamb who stands. Every age will hear the claim, and he masks but one true name.
And welcome back into the program, ladies and gentlemen. Again, my name is Rick Robinson. This is Kingdom and Country. We are doing a special deep dive on the Antichrist because I'm tired of everybody from the left telling me, "Oh my God, Donald Trump's the Antichrist," and I can't believe you can't see it. So let's take this apart, put it back together, and see if we wind up in the same place or not. I have a feeling I already know the answer, but let's keep going. All right. So before we went to break, I'm going to back up for a second. We were going over Matthew 24, 23 through 25. Then if any man tells you, behold, here's the Christ, or there is the Christ, don't believe it. For there will arise false Christs and false prophets, and they will show you great signs and wonders, so as to lead astray, if possible, even the chosen ones. Behold, I have told you this beforehand. Then you add into this equation verse 36, but no one knows the day and the hour, not even the angels of heaven. Only my Father knows. So Jesus goes on to say that I don't even know when this is going to happen. I'm just going to be at some point, Father's going to look at me and say, yeah, it's time. Time, Junior. Go take care of business. Go TCB. But even Jesus doesn't know. So that's well, why didn't he? Because he doesn't know. Why couldn't he tell us? Because he wasn't told. There are certain things that God keeps to himself. I think by now we should understand this. And again, I know I keep coming back to this, especially on this show, but one of the most astounding things to me as now a parent and a grandparent is realizing that before God even set the universe in motion, he knew how badly we were going to screw up. He knew how much we were going to hurt him. And he chose not only to create us anyway, but to give us a way to get back to him if we chose to do so. Because he knew that once we crossed a certain line, it would be up to us to uncross it. And that is one of the hardest things that I have had to counsel people that have been on the fence about not understanding how Jesus is the bridge between God and us again, because there are laws in place. There are things that God cannot abide. God cannot abide sin. He can't even be in the same place with it. Why do you think he cast Lucifer out? Do you think he wanted to? Lucifer was like next to Jesus, Lucifer was it. That's why if you've ever read the Book of Mormon, they have this really weird twisted idea that Lucifer and Jesus were actually brothers, but that would make make John 3:16 a lie. So I can't abide that. Now they were created by the same Father, so in there's some wiggle room where kind of spiritual brothers, maybe kind of like we call ourselves brothers in Christ, but actual physical brothers, no. God only has one of those, one son. Bible says so, and he loves us so much that he sacrificed that son. That was his plan. That was his plan, and he knew. You have to understand. I don't fully understand it either because I am a linear being. Time is fluid as far as we know. We are now starting to get into the quantum realm enough to understand that maybe for us, time isn't even as linear as we think. Does that really surprise anybody though, since we are in fact made in the image of God and we have the same power of life and death in our tongue that we are able to, if we understand how and have the faith to do so, to perform some of the same works of Christ, and he's told us as much. Look at the book of Acts, it's full of them. Do you really think that was just the time for then? Because I don't. I just think we've forgotten how to make it work. And I know the reason it doesn't work for me. I've told you. If I had access to that kind of stuff and I was on the cross, I would have pulled myself off the cross and gone full Anakin Skywalker. There wouldn't have been any need for an Antichrist because I would have become the Antichrist. Been like, okay, you think I'm not who I say I am? Let me show you exactly who I am. So I know, I understand why I can't do those things. I have to pray about that side of myself every single day. A lot. A lot. But part of it's because the kind of work that I used to do. That's why I get so mad when I see people breaking rules and bending laws and doing all the things. And look, I do it too. I do it too. There have been plenty of times I haven't paid my registration on time. There's been plenty of times I've waited till the last minute to take care of a speeding ticket. So I'm not claiming that I'm perfect, and I'm just as hard on myself when I do those things. But there's times when you can't help it. But that's what we're talking about here, because one of the hardest things for everybody to understand, especially if they are either considering becoming a Christian and asking Christ into their heart, or if they've already done it and they're new Christians, they really don't understand how it is that the Son of God can't know when it's time to come back. But he specifically says, nobody but the Father knows. I won't even know until it's time. But and again, one of the reasons why I don't think we're there, but I think the seeds to get us there are being planted because they want us constantly living in fear. And one of the scariest things about fear is fear in your perspective can compress time. It makes it seem like things are going by a lot faster because you're living in these moments of, oh my God, what am I going to do? Because you have all this fear. They want us living there. I talked about that on today's show a little bit on the Rick Robinson show. From a logical perspective, they want you living in fear because then your amygdala is triggered, not your prefrontal cortex. Your prefrontal cortex is what allows you to be rational, logical, make informed decisions. Your amygdala is your lizard brain. It says, no, fight or flight, we got to go. And they want you living in those moments, and they keep engineering it over and over and over again. And it happens on both sides. And you're seeing one of the other things that's happening right now in front of us. Disgust with one another is starting to cause an escalation of language. We are losing the ability to communicate with one another unless we are of the same thought process. Now, whether anybody wants to admit it or not, that has been a part of human nature since the Tower of Babel. If you take the Bible at face value, before the Tower of Babel, we were all able to work together. And we were doing something that God saw and said, if we continue to allow this to happen, they will be able to find a way to us. And that can't happen. So God basically gave everybody different languages. Because remember, even up until then, even after the fall, even after the fall in the Genesis garden and everything else, everybody was still speaking the same tongue. And remember, when we were in the garden, we were able to understand animals and they able to understand us. I think that switch has only been flipped one way, because if you've seen some of the way my dog looks at me when I'm in, especially if she's in here with me while I'm working and she's looking at the things and she's listening to me while I'm talking, she's just like, really? Yeah. So I think that switch may still go one way, but not the other. But prophecy is not triggered by emotion. Resemblance to pattern is not fulfillment of prophecy. And if you are not living in fear and you are able to look at things logically, then you can see the signpost and say, yeah, I don't think we're quite there yet, but I'm willing to say that we might be getting close. The spirit of Antichrist can appear and has appeared in many ages, but the final Antichrist has a defined, measurable profile. If we use that title, we must meet that test and that text. This is where we pause for just a moment, because this is when we get into the meat of a few things that we really need to talk about today. And this is, again, how we start measuring and meeting this stuff out. So now that we've read the text, we ask the real question, not do I like this leader, not do I distrust powerful people, but does the claim meet Scripture? So let's walk through the checklist. We're going to do so calmly and slowly. From 2 Thessalonians chapter 2. Has this person seated himself in the temple of God, declaring himself to be God? Donald Trump has moved the embassy, but has he taken over the temple? Has Elon Musk taken over the temple? Has Mr. Beast, for that matter, taken over the temple or exalted himself above God? Has he exalted himself? Have they exalted themselves over and above every object of worship? Has there been a rebellion preceding this revelation? Now, the last question, we're never really going to know the answer to until it's already time anyway, so by then we'll know. So the last question, and again, part of this was revamped by my AI assistant. Has Christ destroyed him by his appearing? So yeah, trust me, we're not there yet. But as we continue the questionings from Revelation 13, does he possess authority over every tribe, people, language, and nation? Does Donald Trump? Does Elon Musk? Does Mr. Beast? And we'll get into some of the other ones later. These are just the big three because these are the ones that people have been talking about for forever now. And I get it. Dude gave himself the name Mr. Beast. It's almost like he was, ooh, that would make good marketing. That's like everybody talks about the M on the Monster can. You don't really think that was probably just somebody's marketing idea? That was like, ooh, that looks like the Jewish letter for 666. We should do that. Now, there could be some shenanigans there. I'm not saying not, but I kind of think some of the stuff that we get kind of hyped up with is all people's attempts at marketing. Because look at what they're willing to do just to get noticed anymore. Ooh, okay. So, aside, but I have to bring this up. Did you guys see the story about the Florida nurse who was fired because she was live streaming while she was videoing while supposedly trying to give a terminal patient CPR and smiling for the camera the entire time while she did the instructions or did the actual compressions and the CPR, and this is how you do this and this is how you do that. Well, needless to say, she's been fired. I mean, by this logic, our phone could be the Antichrist because pretty much everybody on earth worships the phone, and most of the time your temples are now in your phone if you don't go to church, and your Bibles are in your phone. I know this is me giving an aside because this wasn't really part of my notes, but just pointing out, by this exact definition, your phone could technically be the Antichrist because it is being exalted over and above everything. It has basically taken over the temple because for a lot of folks, this is now how you read your Bible. This is now how a lot of you, especially since COVID, go to church because folks do that now. They go to church online ever since COVID. Just saying. Anyway, let's keep going with the notes. Sorry, I had to take another sip. Does he possess authority over every tribe, people, language, and nation? Do they? Not so much. Your phone, possibly. Is the whole earth worshiping him? Again, not really them. Possibly your phone. Has a second figure performed supernatural signs validating the Antichrist's authority? I haven't seen any of that yet. Is there a mark tied to worship required for buying and selling? Not yet. So if the answer to all of those questions is no, then biblically, the threshold has not been met for any of these people that we're discussing to be the Antichrist. The other thing is, where does the Antichrist come from? Where's the Antichrist seated? Again, a lot of folks, especially in the 80s when the EU was a brand new thing, were convinced the EU was going to be the fifth and final beast. I don't think so. I think it may be what comes after the EU, possibly. And I said this earlier, but it's also very well believed that because the devil likes to copy and distort everything, that the Antichrist will not come out of Judea or Bethlehem, but out of Rome, the original seat of Paul's church. I'm sorry, Peter's church. Peter was the original rock, right? Yeah, I think so. Anyway. Now, again, if the answer to these questions is no, then the biblical threshold has not been met. This does not mean leaders cannot be flawed. This does not mean they can't be imperfect. This does not mean that they can't take their foot and shove it so far into their mouth that they're passing gas that smells like shoe leather. Trying to be a little more diplomatic since this is a theological show. But this also does not mean that power cannot corrupt. Look at what's going on with the Epstein files today. Power has absolutely corrupted. And I'm not trying to be political about that today, but as more and more of this stuff comes out, we're seeing the broad-ranging tendrils of this stuff, and some of it is absolutely terrifying. To think about what has happened with these children. And the weirdest thing is, and I didn't notice this at the time, maybe because it was a different time and I didn't really care. But like because I rewatch a lot of older TV, especially when I'm trying to sleep, because the new stuff just doesn't have enough seasons and there's not enough episodes. So normally, if I'm trying to go to sleep, I need something that's going to run in the background for a while, and then eventually it'll just say, "Okay, we're going to see if you're still here, and if not, we're going to turn your TV off." And so a couple times, if I'm not fully asleep yet, I'll hit the button and it'll run through a few more times while I'm kind of dozing in and out. And with today's seasons, that's normally a couple of run throughs of that, and I'm having to look for something else to watch. So because everything's so damn short now, pardon my language. But anyway, but like I've been what was it? Veronica Mars, which was a show that I found after airing. Because I was actually mentally confused by this for a while. Because remember when I told you that there was a time that I went to college the first time and I started ducking out because I didn't want to do public speaking? I know, irony with everything that I do now, including public speaking, including performing ceremonies, including performing weddings and funerals and giving public speeches and doing all this stuff and writing articles and everything else. I used to have a huge fear of public speaking. Still kind of do a little bit. Ask anybody who's ever been to one of my weddings or funerals. It takes me a minute to find my sea legs. Still to this day, but I don't back down from it anymore. But I say all of this to you because I've been rewatching the show Veronica Mars. I think it ended in 2004-ish, 2005-ish, I think. If memory serves, I think that was one of the last seasons. But there's a part when she's like 16, 17 years old and is a junior in high school, and she's hanging out with a 20-year-old county sheriff. And I'm like, even in the 90s, I would have been like, I mean, granted, it's only a 3-year difference, but it's also California. I don't know when that whole, the age of consent in California is 18 thing got passed, but that just even rewatching that from early 2000s made me feel icky. I'm like, dude, she's 17 kissing a 20-year-old. Just no. I mean, look, once they're 18, I don't care. Once they're legally adults, I don't care. This whole age is just a number thing. Again, I don't care. I'm just saying that it kind of left a bad taste in my mouth. But it's different now than it was then, because we know everything is under a microscope. But again, this doesn't mean that leaders can't be flawed, and we've seen a lot of flawed leaders. I mean, there were tons of kids going to school in the late 90s that didn't think oral sex mattered because the president and, yeah, that was fun. That was fun. Anyway. So again, this doesn't mean that power cannot corrupt, and we see that all the time on pretty much every level. It means the category of Antichrist is not a flexible insult. It is a prophetic office with defined markers. And Scripture does not allow us to redefine those markers emotionally. Now, for just a moment, let's return to 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, verses 9 through 12. Even he whose coming is according to the working of Satan with all power and signs and lying wonders, and with all deception of wickedness for those who are being lost because they didn't receive the love of the truth that they might be saved. Because of this, God sends them a working of error, that they should believe a lie, that they all might be judged who didn't believe the truth, but had pleasure in unrighteousness. So this is where it points out something very crucial. So I need you to notice this point. The deception is spiritual well before it is political. The dividing line is love of the truth. And this is one of the reasons why I tell you that I think we are getting close, but I don't think we're there yet. We could be, and it could be any time now, but I don't think we're there yet. Because when did something else change? Just a few short years ago. We went from talking about the truth to their truth, or your truth, or my truth. So we took what was an immutable characteristic and made it an upjumped opinion, because there used to only be one truth. There was truth, there was a lie. There was no gray room, there was no wiggle. You were either being truthful or you were lying. And now you can say the words like my truth, and suddenly you can take an upjumped opinion and run all the way to the White House with it. So this is the real battlefield. Now consider the second beast again, the one commonly called the false prophet. And this is again referenced in Revelation chapter 13, verses 11 and 12. I saw another beast coming up out of the earth. He had two horns like a lamb, and he spoke like a dragon. He exercises all the authority of the first beast in his presence. He makes the earth and those who dwell in it worship the first beast. This second figure performs great signs, deceives through miraculous displays, directs worship toward the first beast, enforces all allegiances, oversees the enforcement of the mark tied to buying and selling. This is not merely a wealthy influencer, a tech innovator, a media voice, a politician, or some form of political ally. This is a religious enforcer. That distinction matters. Technology can be powerful. Technology can centralize control. Technology can and should, in some cases, cause concern. Look at what's coming out with Facebook and TikTok and all of those about what's happening with our children that are being allowed to be on these devices. And now we're seeing all the studies about blue screens and everything else. And we're now surrounded by blue light pretty much 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Even a lot of the lights they wanted you to change to were not necessarily using some of the same blue light frequencies, but pretty dang close with the light emitting diodes. Why do you think our LED TVs usually have blue light backgrounds? Just pointing that out. It's not exactly the same, not quite the same amplitude, but there are reasons they want everything in your house to have blue light. Just saying. All right, so we're gonna take the top of the hour break, come back and finish this up, and we're gonna go to break same way we went to commercial break, and then we'll get back into the top of the hour stuff, and we'll be right back. So stay tuned.
might, no blade raised, no armies cry, yet kingdoms crack and banners die. A throne that feeds on borrowed flame cannot outlive the name. Worship me and live. The spirits do not give.
And peace without the prince's war.
I am king. A crown without a cross is no king at all. He wears a crown, he wars with a cross, demands his order, damn the cost. Every empire built on sand falls before the Lamb who stands. Every age will hear the claim, and he masks but one true name.
You are listening to KLRN Radio, where liberty and reason still reign.
Not to be a backseat driver, but can you say for sure you got the best monthly payment possible on your auto loan? Could it be that you might have gotten a better deal by shopping the loan at a few places and have a lower car payment? Next time, before you go car shopping, visit Communication Federal Credit Union first. Our auto loan experts will find you a perfect loan and get you the lowest monthly payment we can. Communication Federal, your auto loan experts. Restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts. It's new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the #1 way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
They say if somebody remembers, they say your legacy is only real if they can point and say that's him. If the room goes quiet when I walk in, if my shadow's longer than my sin, numbers climbing, names on screens, always craving accolades and needing to be seen. If they don't see me, I don't matter. If I'm not winning, what's the use? I gotta leave something carved in stone, something louder than the truth I know. 'Cause silence feels too close to death, and being forgotten scares me most. The world says it only matters if they see me, if they know my name, if I'm up in lights. I gotta burn it so they remember before the darker night claims the light. I gotta make a mark before the lights go dark. Yeah, I gotta make a mark before the lights go dark. So Just a faithful going notice, hands so dirty from the work they never chase. Recognition, always walking in faith. Every prayer said in the shadows, every choice nobody praised. They weren't building monuments to fame, just kneeling to pray. Even when it was tough to stay, I felt the weight of what I wanted and the cost of what it took. I was chasing something empty while the answer overlooked. The world says it only matters if they see me, if they know my name. If I'm up in love, gotta burn it in so they remember. Before the darker night claims the light, I gotta make a mark. Before the lights go dark. Yeah, I gotta make a mark. Before the lights go dark. If they don't see me, I don't exist. If they don't clap, did I even live? I need my name in fire and sparks. I gotta make it loud before the lights go dark. Truth be told, and God alone knows, I chase the crowd just to feel complete. I measure worth by clout, by those surrounding me. But there's only one name that matters, and I lay mine down to claim it. All these years I tried to leave a legacy, when I was called to carry his name. The only thing worth leaving behind is a life that pointed back to him. Not my glory, not my fire, just faith that held when the whole world dimmed. It shouldn't matter if they knew my name. My life should be the proof of his glory. What matters is what they saw in me when the world was watching how I live my life. It never mattered if they saw me, or if they ever knew my name. If they saw Jesus in my walk each day, then I ran my race the right way. Let the lights fade, let the noise fall. Heaven knows the choice I made. I don't need my name in the spotlight. If they saw Jesus in my walk each day. If they saw Jesus in my walk each day. If heaven knows my name, that's enough of name. That's enough of me.
And welcome back into Kingdom and Country. Hope everybody's having a great Wednesday night. It is Chat Lives Matter Night here on KLRN It didn't seem appropriate to play the Wednesday screech on the show, so I didn't do it. But yeah, it is Chat Lives Matter Night. I haven't forgotten. For those of you hanging out in the chat, want to give you a quick thank you. Seems like chat has been really quiet today, but then again, X has been broken, and I think it's just now starting to return to normal. So I'm not trying to be too cranky about it. And I know somebody had a doctor's appointment earlier today and was absent from the afternoon show, but I won't give them too much grief for that. But anyway, so before we went to the top of the hour break, we were talking about this stuff, and this is kind of the check mark of what the Antichrist is not. So I'm going to back up for just a second. So what the Antichrist is or is not merely a wealthy influencer, not only a tech innovator, not any type of media voice, most likely, or any form of political ally or politician. This is a religious enforcer. That distinction matters. Technology can be powerful. Technology can centralize control, as we have seen. The more technologically innovative we become in this country, the more they try to centralize everything. So technology can and should, in some cases, cause concern. We talked about that before the break with Facebook and everything else. But tools are not prophets. A device does not command worship. A platform does not constitute a miracle. The false prophet in Revelation performs signs that validate worship of the beast. That is a theological function. So unless someone is performing supernatural signs and directing the world to worship a political ruler as divine, they don't fit the category yet. That's not dismissal. That is, in this case, textual fidelity. Now, let's address the heart of the issue. Fear again escalates language. When we feel threatened, we reach for the strongest categories we know. Revelation is dramatic, the imagery is very vivid, and in turbulent times it is tempting to overlay those images onto present figures. But again, Jesus himself warned us not to do that and not to quickly be led astray. Matthew chapter 24, verse 4. Be careful that no one leads you astray, not be loud, not be alarmed, not run around shrieking, oh my God, Donald Trump is the Antichrist. No, be careful. When we declare every controversial leader to be the beast, we dull the seriousness of the prophecy. And you think I'm making that up, but let's look at this. Let's look at this from a logical perspective. I have been in the realm of political discourse discussion, whether it's through Facebook, now X, instead of formerly Twitter. Pardon me. Writing for several different publications over the years, starting my own network not once but twice. I have been in this realm, and from the very beginning, as soon as I said something that somebody didn't like, they started pulling out the ists or the icks. You're a racist. You're homophobic. You're this. You're transphobic. That's their newest favorite one. You're Islamophobic. I no. I do not have an irrational fear of Islam. My fears of Islam is very well based in rational thought. They are allowed to lie to you. Their book says so. They are allowed to kill you. Their book says so. Now, I know there are similarities between the Quran and the Old Testament, but again, there was some form of reformation that happened when Christ came, and when the Christ set foot on the planet, something softened a little bit. There is no record of that reformation within the book of the Quran, and there's no record of any form of restoration of any kind for the religion of Islam, whose very name means submission. So again, when we declare every controversial leader to be the beast, we dull the seriousness of the prophecy. When we weaponize revelation to express political disgust, we damage Christian credibility. When fear drives our interpretation, discernment collapses. And I would like to refer you again to 1 John chapter 4, verse 1. Beloved, don't believe every spirit, but do test the spirits. Testing means comparing to the word, not the headlines, not viral videos, not trending threads, not what such and such said on TikTok, but the actual scripture. And especially in today's age, I know everybody does everything electronically. And half the scriptures I use on this show, I pull electronically. But part of the reason why it takes me an entire week to prep this one, because trust me, politics, I can have one of those prepped in about 5 minutes. These shows, I take time because, yes, I go through and have it start pulling digital scriptures. And up until now, I've been able to use NIV without a problem. So it's been really easy for me to go back to my own personal Bible that's on my bedside table and go through using my phone, pulling up the notes and comparing the scriptures and making sure that they match. All of a sudden, this last week, when I started prepping the notes, probably because this one is really scripture intensive, and I've not really tried to do one as scripture intensive. After it pulled the first 3 or 4 verses, all I kept getting was an error message. And it took like an hour for it to finally plainly tell me what was causing the error message. I had no idea that the New International Version of the Bible was still considered copyrighted. So it's allowed to pull limited verses, and it's even allowed to pull more summary. But if you want the entire contextual verses and chapters, and sometimes, as you can see tonight, some of these are 3, 4, 5 verses long. Eventually, it kept saying, "I'm sorry, ChatGPT is not designed to do this," but it wouldn't say anything else specifically. So after trying to do this for like an hour, I finally said, okay, so let's break this down. So what's different? Because you and I have pulled scriptures before and there hasn't been an issue. And all of a sudden it's like, oh, we use NIV, and up until now you've only been asking me for 3 or 4 verses. Tonight and the last few days you've wanted several. And I can't do that because it's considered copyright. So what I did was I started having it compare the ones that it can do, And then I went back to my Bible, my NIV Bible, and I compared to see how much of the language had been changed. And I know there are diehard groups out there like, there is no English translation Bible that is ever going to be better than the King James. That's what I have to say about that. Look, as long as the meat is there, the language doesn't have to be completely perfect. But for my taste, NIV is probably the closest plain language translation of the scripture from King James. And I did notice that apparently there is a web version of the Bible, WEB. I have not looked up to see if that's some sort of an acronym or if it literally just means web Bible. That is basically King James word for word without the these and the thous. So that's the one I've kind of been reading from tonight. So if I seem a little more tripped up than usual, it's because the language in this is a little stiffer. But I wanted to make sure that I wasn't continuing to have to pull back to my own non-digital notes because I'm already getting yelled at for not looking at the camera enough. Okay. So again, sorry, I'm going to back up for a second. Beloved, don't believe every spirit, but test the spirits. Because again, testing means comparing to the word, not the headlines, not to viral videos, not to trending threads. But again, and I know I keep saying this, in Matthew 24, verse 36, but no one knows that day and hour, not even the angels of heaven, but my Father only. So if someone claims certainty about the identity of the final Antichrist while none of the prophetic criteria are present, that certainty in itself should concern us. So for everyone that you know, and I know everybody knows at least one because I know three, they're like, oh my God, can you not see that Donald Trump is the Antichrist? None of the criteria are being met. None of them. Now, that doesn't mean they may not be met later, except for one. He doesn't originate from the area that Scripture believes the Antichrist is going to come from. So, anyway. Now, there is something else called the spirit of the Antichrist, which includes things like pride, distortion of truth, self-exaltation. Those can manifest in any age. It can, and does, and has. It can infect, does infect, and has infected many nations. It can also infect churches. I've seen it happen. It can infect movements. If you don't believe me, look at the difference between the movement between Martin Luther King Jr. and Jesse Jackson. In the beginning, those two paths were like this. And then Jesse Jackson started seeing them dollar signs and went, I'm going to go over here. I should probably make him go over here, but still. Anyway. But that is different. All of these things are different from declaring prophecy fulfilled. The call tonight is not on political alignment. It is spiritual steadiness. Love the truth, the actual truth, not the upjumped opinion that everybody calls the truth. Don't be afraid to test the spirits. Also, we got to stop living in fear. Both parties want you afraid. If you are afraid, then you are not thinking logically. And some of the biggest, loudest talking heads on TV that sound to you as if they are talking to you logically, they're not. They're living in the fear and they're pushing the fear and they're using the fear to keep you from looking at things logically so that you don't see what might be coming next. I don't know why I went into a Jim Kirk impression there, but it's important. So we're going to go over that again. They want you living in fear. They need you there. They have spent years learning how to keep you there on purpose. And it's all of it, from the overexposure to your phones, the overexposure to computer screens, because we all pretty much work in front of them now. It's funny. It really is, because a lot of the folks that understand Trump and are logically looking at everything that he's doing are not the ones that are constantly attached to screens. They're the ones who work outside. They're the ones who are not always watching TV. They're the ones who read books. because books, while programming can exist in books, it's a lot harder to do. That's why I encourage everybody, if you can find the time. Lately, I'm trying to carve out more time, but I want to get back to the point where I'm reading at least a book a month, and I'm not there. I'm gonna find the time to do it. I swear I am, and it's not gonna be because I do a lot of reading, but I read articles and I read synopsis of news stories and I read pod podcast scripts and podcast submissions. But I don't read just for the sake of reading anymore, and I miss that. And I think we all need to get back to that. We need to start spending time away from these screens. Start small if you have to, 10 or 15 minutes a day. This blue light, this constant inundation of data, it's not good for you. It's not. It makes you anxious. And you know how I know? Because in the last 3 years, since I have been doing nothing but working from home and constantly looking at different screens, I even find myself starting to be more anxious. Not gonna lie to you about it. It drives me crazy. Like at night, I'll just all of a sudden out of the middle of nowhere, like, you can ask Aggie. Actually, when she comes back to the show, I'll probably talk to her about one of the things that we talked about in the green room, because there was a night we were ready to do he said, she said, and I kept telling her, I said, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do this. I'm just sitting here behind my in my desk, behind my desk in my studio, like I have a million times before. But I am completely just feeling completely anxious today, and I don't know why. And it was like that for that entire day. And it's because we are spending so much time embroiled in conflict, and we do it to ourselves. Even the things we watch on TV and sometimes even read about are extensions of being embroiled in conflict because it's entertaining. We have to find time to decompress. This is why your morning time or before you go to bedtime should start becoming something that is very important to you, because it gives you time to go through the word, to spend a few minutes with God. And look, and it's funny because somebody said this to me this week, because I'm one of these people that I will, because I the scripture that says don't pray publicly. I don't do that. Haven't for a while. Normally, if it's something like that and I need help with it, I'll just put out some sort of a call for unknown prayer requests, because I don't want to do public prayer because the scripture says not to. But I'm one of those people because I've done it for a long time. If somebody's having a problem and I find out about it and I have access to be able to message them directly, I will send out a very detailed prayer, usually leaning on particular scriptures or things that might help with them to meditate on for whatever situation that they're going through. Um, it's funny because I did that for a couple people this week, but one of them messaged me back. She's like, and they were like, "Yeah, that's beautiful. That's not how I talk to God, but that's absolutely beautiful." I'm like, "Well, in my defense, I've been doing this for a long time, and I would be completely honest based on what you're telling me. I think he probably prefers your communication style." Because honestly, if it's just us talking, it's a lot like me talking to you right now. When I'm talking to God, it's basically just like this. Now, if I'm talking to God on behalf of somebody else, that's when the pastor comes out. That's when the scriptures start coming out. And that's when there's because to me, that's intercessory prayer. And I know this wasn't the topic for tonight, but since we're being kind of led in that direction, we're going to go with that. There are so many different kinds of prayer. And Christians don't think about that. There's meditative prayer. There's prayer for healing. There's intercessory prayer. There is prayer that is just communication and communion, and we've lost some of that. So my intercessory prayers, when I'm praying to God on behalf of someone else, or praying with someone else to God on behalf of someone else, that is when the intercessory prayer comes out. That's when the probably should have been an attorney comes out, because I'm like, we're standing on this scripture, we're standing on this scripture, we're standing on this scripture, and this one, and this one, and this one, and your word says this, and your word says this. And I've done that. And there's been over the years, people like, I showed this prayer to my dad, and he said that's probably one of the most powerful prayers he's ever seen. Or I showed this prayer to this person and that person, and they were completely flabbergasted, because it's just it's like an intercessory prayer 101 kind of thing. But I mean, look, if it's just us, then it's no different than how I'm talking to you. Trust me, a lot of times, and trust me, there are times when I'm mad. I'm just being honest with you. There are times when I am mad and I get ghetto with God. And if that is you too, that is okay. Because trust me, he knew every bad thing you were ever going to do are currently doing and will ever do before he even created you. And he chose to create you anyway. But that's why some of this stuff becomes so important, because he didn't want us living in fear. He didn't want us constantly living in the fear of what happens when the other spiritual shoe drops. It's not what this is about. This is about salvation. This is about living your eternal life starting now, because those who believe in me shall never die. Now, there's a difference between spiritual death and physical death. And this is something that a lot of other Christians have forgotten about, because there will, in my estimation, come a time when you will be fully separated from God. And I don't necessarily think it's going to be as scary as a lot of the depictions make it. Because remember, God himself is light. Why would fire be how he punished you if he himself is light? His punishment is separation from him. So no, I'm not saying there's not a form of hell. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying I don't think it's going to be what we think it's going to be. That doesn't be, I'm just being honest. Just being honest. But again, as we get ready to take the bottom of the hour break, remember, don't be afraid to test things. Ask questions, especially when it's your time for prayer, whether it's morning, lunchtime, nighttime before bed. Don't be afraid to ask him questions. But stop just living in fear and stop taking everybody else's word for everything. We do that so often. We make these people our positions of authority and the people that we believe know everything. And trust me, I have people who treat me that way, and I keep telling them, I will happily go over these things with you, but you need to start learning how to do your own research so that you are not constantly afraid every time something goes sideways. All right, so we're going to take a break. We are at bottom of the hour, so we're going to take that break real quick. Come back and finish up this Kingdom and Country special here in just a moment. I want to thank everybody for hanging out with us tonight. And again, I am sorry that it took me so long to get this one done, because I planned on doing this almost a week ago at this point, but I just couldn't ever get it pulled together. So bear with me, because I should have renamed these and I didn't. So I think this is the right one. I think. Yep. We'll be right back.
fall. through the night. A whisper bends the edge of might. No blade raised, no armies cry. Yet kingdoms crack and banners die. A throne that feeds on borrowed flame cannot outlive the name. Worship me and live. The spirits do not give.
And peace without the prince's war.
I am king. A crown without a cross is no king at all. He wears a crown, he wars with a cross, demands his order down the cost. Every empire built on sand falls before the Lamb who stands. Every age will hear the claim, and he masks but one true name.
And welcome back into the final segment of this week's Kingdom and Country on Wednesday night. Normally we do Bible study, but tonight I had extra time to play with, and I had one that I have been trying to get done for the last couple of weeks, so we're doing that one tonight. That is, again, a deep dive on the Antichrist. So if you're just joining us, the audio version of this will be up sometime tomorrow. That way you can catch it at your earliest convenience and come back and pay attention to the whole thing, should you decide to do so. I know it's repetitive. I know I'm saying a lot of the scriptures over again, but that's just because I'm really trying to drive the points home. Because look, I don't want this isn't a sensational broadcast, and it's probably why we have lower numbers than average. I was kind of worried about that at first. I'm like, well, you're doing this from a perspective of not trying to make everything sensational. So look, even if only 150 people eventually hear this, if it's enough to make them wake up and stop living in fear, then I will. Even if a tenth of them go, hey, he's making some sense, I'm going to listen to him and stop freaking out. Then as far as I'm concerned, this episode has done its job. But I say all of this to you again because look, the same lens can be used for anybody. So fill in the blank. Anybody who is a pop culture phenomenon, well, are they potentially the next Antichrist? Then start asking yourself, do they behave in ways that they seem like they are trying to build a following that will eventually put them in the Temple of Jerusalem? If the answer to that question is no, then they're probably not there. But what about the technological side? Because a lot of folks with Elon Musk, the reason they're pretty sure that he is the false prophet is because there's scriptures about the false prophet making fire rain from the heavens, and of course you see that every time one of his rockets explode. They're like, well, isn't that fire raining from the heaven? Like, I'm pretty sure that's not what they were talking about. Now, again, to a non-technologically advanced society, any form of technology so far removed from their ability can be perceived as magic. So could it be possible that some of these people that, because we know in the Bible there are people that see the future. So could they be seeing these rockets exploding and thinking, well, he's making fire rain down from the heavens. Is he really, though? Is he? Because it's not him doing it. It's accidents. So it's not like it's him doing it. Now, it can be perceived that way. But again, for these things to be coming from the false prophet, they have to be verifiable signs and wonders. Things that nobody can say, that's a miracle, not a that's a technological marvel. No, an actual miracle. So no, I don't think Elon Musk qualifies. Now, I know a lot of folks are looking at his brain chip that he's making, that allows people that are paralyzed to do more than they've been able to do. And like, well, wouldn't that be it? Well, not unless or until he starts marketing it to everyone and says everybody has to have it to be able to do business. No. Will he get to that point? I doubt it. I really do. But let's look again at Mr. Beast. Does he fit any of the categories that we've gone over regarding the Antichrist? And to me, the answer is a resounding no. Because he's not someone who is, demanding worship. Because it's not happening. So there's that. All right. So let's get back to the notes here for a second. So we've been asking a series of questions tonight. In an age of fear, are we testing the spirits or are we amplifying them? A lot of folks, in my opinion, have been amplifying them. So we did begin with 1 John. The spirit of the Antichrist is already in the world. Whenever Christ is denied or distorted, then we moved on to 2 Thessalonians chapter 2. The man of lawlessness is defined by self-exaltation above God, a temple event, global deception, supernatural and undeniable signs, and once Christ reappears, his destruction by Christ at his appearing. So then we went into Revelation 13, which includes the beasts and the Antichrist and the false prophet's authority on the global level, which leads to global worship that we have, especially with Donald Trump. Do we have global worship? No. Do we have any form of global worship when it comes to Elon Musk? No. Has Donald Trump, at least in this term, because I have to admit, there was a time in his first term, even I was wondering, and that's when I started doing this research. Because when he was sitting there on a debate stage and doing probably the widest impression of Mojo Jojo that I've ever seen, you will do these things that I have told you to do because I am the commander-in-chief. Mwahaha. When he's like, oh, the army's going to do whatever I tell them to do, even if I tell them to go kick indoors. Yeah, that was when I was kind of off the first round of the Trump train. But has he been pushing for global authority? No. Is he calling for global worship? No. Does the globe already worship him? No. As a matter of fact, they can't really stand him. And then let's not forget the second beast performing signs and also enforcing allegiances. Economic participation tied to worship. That is the biblical profile of the Antichrist. And we asked, do modern accusations meet that profile? Strong personalities are not self-deification. Political loyalty is not religious worship. I know a lot of people like to think it is because we keep being told the left is a cult, the right is a cult, and there's no middle anymore. You're either of the left, you're of the right, and you're marching off to war. Technology in itself is not a miracle. It can be perceived as miraculous for people that don't understand it, but it is not a miracle. Concern itself is not fulfillment. The real dividing line is love of the truth. So before we get into the rest of it, here is just a little bit of extra stuff that I kind of came up with. So this is what I call the meme era of eschatology. So again, I've already said this. I was asked earlier this week if a major YouTube personality might be the Antichrist. So yeah, we're just going to let that breathe for a second. So that tells me something really important. We've entered an era where visibility equals suspicion. So why do we now live in a world where somebody becoming famous triggers some form of paranoia? Where somebody figuring out how to become wealthy or successful triggers some form of moral projection where now, well, they have to be bad because how else could they have made all that money? Massive influence. Feels like some form of the apocalypse. But there's a reason why all of that is, because now in this age that we live in, when fame is determined by the algorithm amplify extreme claims and chaos and things that they know people are going to click on, and it doesn't matter what it is. The whole idea of it, if it bleeds it leads, has now been taken to the cutting edge, or what they now call the bleeding edge, because now it's not just if it bleeds it leads, it's the more outrageous you can make your claims, even if you have to walk it back later, because just like in the media days, oh, we can print a retraction, and the first story goes out on page 1 above the fold. The retraction comes out on page 23B, just below the coupons for home and garden. Um, but they still legally printed the retraction, so there's not much you can. Well, you can see it right here, yeah, but nobody else saw it, and you just stirred the pot. So yeah, it's gotten even worse now. So I would say the algorithm might eventually become a tool of the Antichrist. And I think it might be being designed that way on purpose, but we'll get into that probably in another show because I'm running out of time. So, when every powerful person becomes a prophetic villain, or becomes, a Nazi, or racist, or some other form of ist or ick, the prophecy and any other words you use to describe them lose meaning. So, as far as Mr. Beast or any other YouTube influencer or TikTok influencer that you may think is the Antichrist, does this particular influencer demand that you worship them? Do they claim to be God themselves? Do they, or are they trying to establish some form of what could eventually become global governmental authority? Or do they say that in order to do business with them, you must worship them and no one else? The answer to any of those questions is no. And yes, I said any of them. They are not, I repeat, not the Antichrist. So the next question that we have to ask ourselves is why charisma feels, in most cases, either messianic or demonic. And we see this over and over and over again because there's people that you have this affinity to that just, they say the right things, they do the right things. And because of that, you feel comfortable around them, you feel safe around them. It leads to things like you having confidence because, you respond to how they speak. And we respond to things like confidence and clarity and certainty and generosity. We respond to big gestures. And we really respond to massive platforms because the bigger the platform, the more validated somebody seems. And you know what? I hear this all the time because even me right now on X, I have over 12,000 followers. And that used to be a big number. It's not really anymore. But I hear it from people all the time. Oh, what do you know? What do you do? You're a little podcaster with 12,000 followers on X. I'm like, dude, that's not all I do. But thanks for noticing me. So, because it's all about the massive platform, it's all about the attention that you can get. But the same thing happens because the more attention somebody gets, you're either going to align with them or you're not. I mean, look at what's happened with Candace Owens. Look at what's happened with Tucker Carlson. They used to be some of the biggest names in my industry, some of the most well-known folks in my industry that were supposedly right-leaning. And now they have completely jumped the shark. Interesting side note, in case you don't know where that came from. That is actually from the sitcom Happy Days. They ran out of show ideas and had Fonzie jump a shark on water skis. And since then, anytime something has just gotten patently absurd, we now use the phrase jump the shark, in case you didn't know where that came from, because a lot of folks don't. And then we have the other side of it, because you do have a lot of folks on YouTube who try to do the right thing, who try to build a loyal following, who then do philanthropic gestures and give away money or cars or whatever that can, to their fans, seem rather messianic. Think loaves and fishes. Suspicious to their critics. Why are they trying to buy people's influence? But the problem with all of this is internet culture, internet society, along with the algorithm, compresses myth into personality. But again, False Christs show signs and wonders to lead astray. They don't give away cars. They don't hand you money. They show signs and wonders. Some of the reasons why people of Jesus' day believed he was who he said he was is because they watched him perform miracles over and over and over again. I mean, you can say all day that you believe the story of the loaves and fishes was an allegory of some kind. I do not. I think the Son of Man took what was it? 3 loaves and 2 fishes and fed 5,000 people. And they started watching him break it apart and break it apart and break it apart. And baskets just started going nuts. I do firmly believe there was a time when a lot of the men who were fishermen who became Jesus' apostles, who had been fishing for an entire span of time, who had just gotten the boat to shore and were tired and wanted to go home and wanted to eat and wanted to sleep. And Jesus said, just do this for me. Go out one more time and cast those nets. And they're tired and they were grumbling about it. Lord, why? Who are you to tell me, a fisherman, that I need to go out and try one more time? I have been in these waters for hours. We have not caught a thing. I am tired. I am hungry. My nets need to be cleaned. Jesus says, just do as I ask. Just one more time, go throw those nets out into the water. And they did it. And they got out to the middle of the lake or the sea or whatever it was. And they threw those nets out into the water. And they couldn't hold the fish that they caught after trying for hours to catch anything, to the point where, as they were hauling the fish back into the boat, the nets started to tear. Why am I closing on this? Because tonight's episode is kind of twofold. One is stop living in fear. Stop thinking that people that are more powerful than you are automatically the Antichrist. Stop reading John Grisham books. Stop reading all the things that are putting in Stephen King books and all these things that are putting weird ideas in your head. I'm not saying to stop reading them altogether, but make sure you are giving some time to your Lord and Savior. I'm not talking 5 minutes. He deserves more time than that. Look at everything that he's done for you. But why am I saying this? And I'll be honest with you. Right now, I don't know if it's somebody that's hearing it right now in this moment or somebody that's going to hear it in a replay. You feel like giving up. You have done everything you thought you were supposed to do, and you have sat there and you've done the work and you've put the time in, and you are exhausted and you just want to quit. Listen to Jesus and put those nets out one more time. Just one more time. Just one. There comes a time when you are ready to quit, when you are ready to give up, that the Spirit is ready to unleash everything that you have been promised. If you just act in faith one more time. And that's why all of this is important, because what is faith? Faith is moving forward in the things that you believe, but that you cannot see, and doing so not in the absence of fear, but in spite of fear. Fear is the exact opposite. Fear, if you give into it, robs you of your faith. It robs you of your power. So if you are constantly living in fear of who is the Antichrist, when are they coming? First of all, if you are living like that, you need to rethink whether or not you are saved. Because those things shouldn't terrify you anymore, because you know the end of the story. So if you're living in fear about the end of the world and the coming of the Antichrist, then that's the first thing that you need to do. Whether you do your meditations at night or your meditations in the morning, you need to sit down with yourself and have an honest conversation with you, your God the Father, and the Son, Jesus Christ, and say, I need to know if I have done everything that I'm supposed to do to make sure that my name is in that book. Because I have a spirit of fear, and I don't understand how I still have such a huge spirit of fear if my name is in that book. Because that should take a lot of the fear away. And I'm going to be honest, that's how I've done half the things that I have done. running towards bullets when other people want to run away from them, putting myself into situations where I'm breaking up bar fights, putting myself between speeding vehicles and people that are about to be run over. I have done all of those things. And it's because I know how the story was supposed to end. So if that was my time, I was going out, laying down my life for my fellow man. And I knew, because I have accepted Jesus Christ as my Savior, where I was going to go. So if you are living in that much fear, if one person, if one political figure, I don't care who they are, what the letter is behind their name, if one political figure is giving you that much fear, then you have a bigger problem than you may want to admit. And you need to check yourself before you wreck yourself, because you are not living a life of faith. Now, look, I'm not Jesus. I'm not quit your job tomorrow, do this. No, that's not what I'm saying. But I am saying that for a lot of you, because side gigs have become a thing, there's something that a lot of you, and some of you that are listening to this right now, you've either already started it or you've thought about starting it. But some of you that are further down the line, like, I've done this, I've done this, I've done this, I've done this. I feel like it's something that I'm supposed to do, but I'm just ready to give up. All I'm going to say is cast that net one more time. If it doesn't manifest, then for you yourself, you need to figure out what comes next. And that goes back to hitting your knees, saying, God, I thought you called me to do this. I thought this is what you wanted me to do. If I'm wrong, then show me. Because we have to get past the spirit of fear, because we live in fear and they make us do that on purpose. So this is where we get into the real risk of all of this stuff. And that's why I keep telling you the spirit of fear is a terrible idea, because apocalyptic imaginations run wild. So Revelation uses a lot of symbols: beast, horns, crowns, marks. Modern minds look at microchips, digital currency, biometrics, influencers. Then we start mapping symbols onto headlines. But symbolic resemblances do not equal prophetic fulfillment. Testing the spirits requires discipline, not imagination. The danger is not that we will miss the Antichrist. The danger is that we will misidentify him so many times that no one listens when it actually matters. There's a reason the boy who cried wolf is a parable and is a childhood story, because if you say these things over and over and over again, eventually they lose their power. And if everybody's the Antichrist, then nobody's going to know when there actually is an Antichrist. And again, I'm not trying to mock anyone. I'm not trying to tell you what you should think. I'm simply trying to tell you that if this is giving you as much fear as I know it is giving some people, because I have talked to them about it, then you need to be spending time in prayer about this. So we've come to pretty much the end of our time together. As we always do, we're going to close in prayer. If you are driving, please do not close your eyes. If it is safe to do so, feel free to close your eyes and follow along. Father God, in an age of noise, please steady us. In an age of fear, make us your anchor. Guard our minds from speculation that outruns Scripture. Guard our hearts from hatred that masquerades as discernment. Teach us to love the truth more than politics or of opinion. Teach us to test the spirits with humility. If deception rises, keep us sober. If fear spreads, make us steady. You alone govern history. You alone reveal what must be revealed. You alone know the time of these revelations. You alone will defeat the Antichrist or the lawless one in your time. Please help us to remain faithful. Help us to be calm. Help us with a spirit of discernment. We ask all these things, as we always do, in Jesus' name. Amen. All right, so we're going to get out of here. We have up next Behind Enemy Lines with Gene and Russ. I might actually be sitting in over there. I haven't gotten the link yet, but I will let you know as soon as I know. we're going to go out much the same way we've been going all through tonight with the song specifically put together for this particular episode. So, dude, I gotta say this again. This was a one-off idea. It was like, I gotta do something to take a break. I'm gonna put together this song. And now I'm kind of upset because it's a really cool song and I don't know what to do with it because it's about the Antichrist. But I will see you guys here in a little bit. Even if I'm not on with Gene and Russ, I'll be back with the Amish one here in a little bit on Rick and Morty, and we'll head over to SHR Media. So, hey, we have an owl sighting. So I did have people hanging out. They just weren't chatting. All right. If you haven't heard this yet, I'm telling you, I didn't expect this one to be this cool. And I'm both happy and a little sad that it kind of rocks. But anyway, we're going to get out of here so I can get ready for the next feed. Bye, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your night, and thank you so much for hanging out with us.
Well, not this time. Pop quiz, hotshot. We're talking about the State of the Union today. Hopefully, Rick will be around in a few minutes as well. I sent him the link, so he'll be here soon. And for those of you out there that maybe you haven't found us before, we're glad that you're here. This is a show that is fueled by audience participation, even you trolls out there. So as we're talking about the State of the Union, feel free to drop comments wherever you're watching, whether it be on YouTube, on Rumble, on X. Hopefully we'll see them in our chat, and we will be able to get to them. But before we begin, and just, BS in here for a little bit, overall, Mr. Galloway, what was your reaction to the State of the Union?
I honestly, and this is not me just being a Trump fanboy, because I won't even say you can do the comparison with other presidents, states of the union. I'll say this was definitely Trump's best. And overall, I thought it was a fantastic speech. I'm not just saying it because Trump gave it. It was he stood on prompter for most of it. I'll say that.
He had his moments of ad lib, though. Oh my God, I feel like I'm going through puberty again with this voice. But yeah, he had his moments where he did go off script, and you saw it. He likes to expound and add some puffery to what he says. But there's a lot of brilliance in this speech, as I'm getting notifications here, that we're going to be going for. We're also going to look through some of the stupid counter programming that Democrats tried. I guess they thought they were Turning Point USA and brought out the big guns like Robert De Niro and stuff.
Bro,
who the hell knows?
I hope you have this clip because I almost missed it. I was getting something to drink at the beginning of the speech, and Al Green got the boot like within the first minute or something like that.
Oh, yeah, we'll be talking about that as well. But before we do that, we got to welcome in Rick.
So I want to thank you all for being here. And now, who am I introducing next? Who's next?
All right, I can tell you're talking to me because I can see your lips moving, and I'm used to your intro by now, but I can't hear you guys at all. So I don't know
It
if it's
keeps
on my
doing
end or
that. Goddamn StreamYard keeps doing that. I hate it. It mutes me and then it doesn't unmute me. So as I was saying, how you doing, pal? Now you're muted.
Let me try going out and coming back in since I don't know what's going on. Hang on.
I hear you loud and clear, Gene.
Oh, Rick. Now I got to do the intro again. God damn it.
Yes.
All right.
It's mandatory. It's part of the contract. That intro every time, even if he drops the call and comes back, we have to do the intro. Sorry.
You got to do it again and again and again. Well, we'll start with the trolls early here. Hey there, Alex. Thanks for joining us in the chat. We're glad that you're here. You say they only kicked Al Green out because he is black. Absolutely not. But before we get to my full answer on that.
So I want to thank you all for being here. And now, who am I introducing next? Who's next?
Distinguished.
Hey, I can hear you.
Here.
I can hear you now. Yay.
Yeah, I could have heard you before. I was muted because that's what StreamYard does, apparently. Anyway, want to get your reaction to this? Go ahead.
You were both muted. It was on my end. I forgot when I was leaving last time. I had to mute the site because you guys were still talking, and I kind of forgot.
Okay,
I did
so I'm glad we all established it's your fault. That's awesome. State of the Union, pal. What did you think of it? Just overall 30,000 foot view.
I mean, honestly, I had a lot of fun with it. This is probably the first State of the Union in a while I've actually enjoyed. I kind of like the fact that, I mean, I know you guys will probably get into it, but I love the fact that he just kept setting trap after trap after trap, and the dummies kept running right into them. But I mean, it was to me, it was a lot of fun. I know the left didn't think so, but I loved it.
Was it? I'm going to steal a comment from JR in the chat. Hey, Galloway, was it more fun than Kamala's rally with Beyonce?
I also, like Rick, had a blast with it. Anyone who didn't really is really just anti-American in my view. And again, this is not me being a Trump fanboy, right? It was a very patriotic speech. Lots of good things happened there. And to me, the theme throughout, and I hope everyone that's listening tonight actually watched it. The theme throughout was that the Democrats are basically terrorists. Okay, they're the party of violence. Most of the people that stood up were either Democrats or were out on the streets because of weak Democratic policies in blue states or cities, right? And that to me was the overall takeaway going into the midterms. I couldn't have asked for a better State of the Union from the president. He really came through.
What he did, which was so brilliant, and we'll show some of the clips, but I want to focus on more of the counter and the reaction to it as well. The brilliance of it is that Trump has this way of painting people into a corner. It is absolutely brilliant. He, as Rick was saying, he sets the trap, he shows you where the trap is, and then he basically dares you to step into the trap, and then they do. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. Supposedly, well, let's be generous, medium smart people falling for it every single time.
You know what it reminded me of? You remember watching Looney Tunes when we were kids? That's what last night reminded me of. Is it doesn't matter. Roadrunner, Coyote, Bugs, and Elmer, all of it, dude. It was just like, I mean, because you saw it with, especially Bugs Bunny. He would have giant flashing signs that say, "Don't do this," and then they do it anyway. So
yeah,
kind of what it reminded me of. I kept waiting for the Acme box to drop, and it never did. I was kind of
or falling down into the canyon from the top view down, something like that. Every single time. Let's give an example of what we're talking about here. This is probably the clip that this State of the Union will be remembered for years to come.
Forget that many in this room not only allowed the border invasion to happen before I got involved, but indeed they would do it all over again if they ever had the chance. If they ever got elected, they would open up those borders to some of the worst criminals anywhere in the world. The only thing standing between Americans and a wide open border right now is President Donald J. Trump and our great Republican patriots in Congress. Thank you. Thank you. As we speak, this chamber have cut off all funding for the Department of Homeland Security. It's all cut off. It's all cut off. They have instituted another Democrat shutdown, the first one costing us 2 points on GDP. 2 points we lost on GDP, which probably made them quite happy, actually. Now they have closed the agency responsible for protecting Americans from terrorists and murderers. Tonight I'm demanding the full and immediate restoration of all funding for the border security, homeland security of the United States, and also for helping people clean up their snow. We have no money because of the Democrats, and it would be nice, we'd love to give you a hand at cleaning it up, but you gave no money. Nobody's getting paid. It's a shame. So you have to think about it. We have, in case you didn't know, a pretty large snowstorm out there. One of the great things about the State of the Union.
Here it comes. So now that you have the context of it, here comes the best moment of a State of the Union, in my opinion, in probably the past 10 years.
Is how it gives Americans the chance to see clearly what their representatives really believe. So tonight I'm inviting every legislature to join with my administration in reaffirming a fundamental principle. If you agree with this statement, then stand up and show your support. The first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens.
Now, how can you be against that, Ross?
And this was the brilliance of the speech, right? Throughout the State of the Union, Trump, this was the most picturesque moment, but throughout the speech, every issue he articulated were issues that the majority of Americans agree on. Not the majority of Republicans, the majority of Americans, right? And some were no-brainers, like, applauding widows and fallen soldiers. But something like, should the government look out for Americans for illegal immigrants? That there's no will find that view is underwater. One with a brain, except maybe a couple of morons in the chat tonight, would agree with Donald Trump on this. And the Democrats fell right into the trap, like Rick said, and refused to stand For what reason? Like, who advises them before they go in there? Is it really groupthink, or are they looking left and right to see if anybody breaks ranks? Like, I don't understand how no one in there had the intestinal fortitude to stand up at that statement.
I think maybe Fetterman stood up. Go ahead, Rick.
Yeah, Fetterman stood up for a lot of it. Actually, Fetterman's in a lot of trouble because his party's pissed off at him because he wore a suit and a tie for Trump. It's like, he's in love with him now. We have to get rid of him. He's wearing a suit and tie at the State of the Union. But yeah, I don't know if you guys saw this today. I don't know if you guys saw this today, but Schumer gave the answer as to why they didn't stand up, and it's because we refuse to be Donald Trump's props. No, you didn't stand up because you're retarded. And I'm telling you right now, just the spot that you have on the screen, if that is not a still shot in every article regarding the 2016 election put out by any GOP person, if it's not part of their campaign ads from now until the end of 2026, whenever the elections are over, then they have lost the plot. Because the thing about it is that this is the part that just blows my mind. These people lie to us for a living, but you would think this would be one of the most important times for them to stand up and lie to the normies. They are so afraid of this little sliver of their party that they won't even lie to the normies about what they believe anymore, because they know what they have turned loose. They saw it in Minneapolis. They've seen it when Obama was in office. They know what happens if they lose this militant base, because it will turn on them. They empowered them hoping that it would give them authority, but they forgot that eventually the alligator is always going to eat you last. And you are starting to be less useful to this minority within your party. And now they're ready to start turning on them. And you saw it with Fetterman. Fetterman wore a suit and got crucified for wearing a suit because he shook Trump's hand. He wore a suit. We hate this guy. He's got to go. Are you kidding me?
Go ahead.
I was just saying, are you kidding me?
Yeah, no, I got you. So the applause from the Republicans and let's just say plus Fetterman, it lasted quite a bit. So we're going to skip ahead and go to the next part of this trap that Trump has laid. And then we'll get some comments in the chat.
Shame. You should be ashamed of yourself not standing up. You should be ashamed of yourself. That is why I'm also asking you to end deadly sanctuary cities that protect the criminals and enact serious penalties for public officials who block the removal of criminal aliens. In many cases, drug lords, murderers all over our country, they're blocking the removal of these people out of our country, and you should be ashamed of yourself.
So right then and there, the trap is sprung. And yeah, Trump got him big time in a very big moment. Going to go through some comments here really quickly here. Let me see. Alex MM98 does not have nice things to say about Fetterman. Meanwhile, he was the darling of the Democratic Party when he was running against Dr. Oz.
Hey, wait, Gene, don't let. Yes, he did have a stroke, and there is definitely something wrong with his brain. But somehow he's the Democrat with the most common sense now. That says a lot about the Democrat, the modern Democratic Party, where a guy with questionable brain kind of activity is the most rational person in your party right now.
Kind of scary, ain't it? When you think about it that way. I'm just saying, it really is.
Well, since we got Rashida Tlaib on the screen, we found a nice comment for her as well. I'm not going to read it out loud. You guys can read it for yourself. What'd you say, Rick?
Well, I do want to say this real quick, and I know you. I know you pointed this out earlier today, but I have to bring this up. They literally did the meme when they start pointing and screaming. It looks like one of the cat memes.
Oh, that's the cover for the video today. Hang on, let me excuse me while I whip this out. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Well, I don't have the cover, but here it is right here.
Yeah, basically the meme. They did the meme.
I absolutely, I immediately thought of that as well when we started doing this.
Gene, what have I been saying that the modern Democratic Party has become for quite a while now? They are now the party of hysterical women and low testosterone men, right? And That was the perfect example of it throughout the speech, right? It's hysterical women. Some of them are actually biological men, by the way, and low testosterone men. And sometimes that intersects when you're talking about the Democratic Party.
You see, Galloway, you triggered William. You see what you did here? William's all triggered now. F Trump, F MAGA. We are coming for you. Is that a threat? Ooh, see you in November, moron.
Poor baby.
Hey, Rick, you're officially one of the morons now.
Before I resemble it.
It was just
see. And by the way, people like William, right? And I challenge anyone in the chat. You can make your little stupid
he doesn't
comments.
Deserve to be called William. He's Billy. William is an adult name. He's Billy.
Yeah, Billy, you can make your, and this goes for all the losers in the chat. You can make your comments and your attacks at Trump or any of us on the show. We really don't care. But I do challenge you. Think a little bit and give me a specific policy that President Trump articulated at the State of the Union and tell me why you are against it, right? Just explain that, right? He pretty much went down the common sense line last night. I'm dying to hear it.
Well, I got to play this just because he invoked it.
Yeah? Is this moron number one? Put moron number two on the phone.
Yeah, Jimmy, he's right here. Hold on.
Yeah? Is this moron number one? Put moron number two on the phone.
Hang on a second, goddamn. I screwed that up royally, but it doesn't matter. You get the point.
It's live radio. It
Let everybody deal with it. I don't care. I don't care no more. Okay, Galloway was not nice to William in the chat. Oh, I might have to put you in timeout.
By the way, we do have a comment in there. The Greenland takeover, that was not mentioned at the State of the Union. I'm talking about the State of the Union specifically. I'm not talking about when Trump is out and about making jokes and going over the top. I didn't hear anything in the State of the Union about us taking over Greenland.
No, I mean I'll be completely honest. He was actually really measured for Trump last night. I was surprised. I really was.
I will get into the haters early. Jimmy Myers, thanks for leaving us a chat here. He's coming at you, Galloway, with your Trump 2028. You're just triggering people left and right tonight.
First of all, I love the Constitution, but you know what? The Constitution's not a suicide pact. I do support Trump 2028. I support Trump for fucking king. How about that? Go ahead, Gene. Next comment.
Well, let's get to some more videos. Let's get back to Trump saying everybody should be ashamed of themselves and talking about sanctuary cities. Oh my gosh, just them cheering. That's all it is. That again, he had these applause lines that were just long and sustained. And as part of the whole "you're ashamed of yourself," I think Ilhan Omar was shouting back at him and pointing that you killed Americans in my district, is what what she was saying to him. So it's one of these things, guys, that I really feel it's getting too easy. It's getting too easy to make Democrats fall into the trap because they're so zealously going after Trump that they ready, fire, aim. And we're seeing that in the chat as well, that it's too easy to trigger people just by a speech of all things. I don't get it.
They have everybody's living in their emotions now, so it's too easy. They have everybody like completely just hyped up on emotion, so they don't have any way to think logically anymore. As soon as they get you wrapped up in the amygdala rather than your frontal cortex, nothing makes sense anymore because you're always at level 11D, and that's where they keep them now on purpose.
Yeah, I'm just running through the chats, pal. Ross,
they're
a lot
off
of people
the rails.
don't like you.
They're off the rails in there, and it is too easy with these people. And I'm talking about
that's Monday night. Off the Rails is Monday nights at 10 Eastern, sir.
Oh, you and your two plugs.
Shameless plug. But yeah, like our side, man, and I've actually said this about Trump for a while now. Like Trump does like to go out and he does like to give, rallies and speeches. He goes off the prompter a lot and he's entertaining. But when he stays on message, right? Our message is the better messenger. By our message. I don't mean the Republican Party. I mean like common sense, individuals. And we're using the Republican Party as a vehicle right now. But if we got out there, like no one's against voter ID. I know it's going to come up later in the speech. No one is against deporting criminal illegal aliens, right? We have to get this out there into the mainstream. Affordability. They harp on things that Trump said about affordability, like, we beat affordability. Yeah, Trump said that off the cuff. But what they failed to acknowledge is that under Biden, inflation was at a 9% rate for a good chunk of his presidency. Now it's back in the low 2%, right? GDP numbers are in the positive, and they were actually a little lower last quarter because of the government shutdown. GDP considers government spending in the overall number. So why do you think the Democrats keep shutting down the government? Because they want to hurt those GDP numbers, right? So we're doing things great. The economy is good, and our positions make sense. The more we can get out there and tout it, the better we'll do. And it's just it's a no-brainer.
Wilma checking in with us. Hey, Wilma, how you doing? Hope you like the show. By the way, guys, if you like the show, you like what you're hearing, you don't like what you're hearing, let us know either way. Either hit that thumbs up button or don't. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Like us wherever you are. Wilma says Ilhan Omar hates the U.S. and is doing harm to the country. She should be back in Somalia to support her own country.
I agree.
Ilhan Omar was causing a ruckus in the crowd. And then today, as we are live streaming this on Wednesday, she appeared on CNN with Wolf Blitzer and had this to say.
One of the Democratic congresswomen that you saw right there, Ilhan Omar of Minnesota. Congresswoman, thanks so much for joining us. CNN reported before that speech that the House Democratic leader, Hakeem Jeffries, advised your caucus, the Democratic members, to either skip the State of the Union address or sit there in silence. Should you have just boycotted the address, and do you think you violated the guidelines set out by your own leader?
No, I think it was really unavoidable. The president talked about protecting Americans, and I just had to remind him that his administration was responsible for killing 2 of my constituents.
Now, I am not here to say that nobody should scream at the State of the Union. Democrats do it, Republicans do it, everyone does it. It's a relatively recent phenomenon, but everyone does it. But to whom is an important thing. There's no way that anyone pointing at the dais is going to look good here, even if you like Ilhan Omar's politics. It's a stupid move. But apparently, Ross, it gets you on CNN.
What doesn't get you on CNN? What was she babbling about when she was screaming from the gallery anyway? Right? Trump did the right thing and just talked right over her stupid ass, so that mostly all you could see during the speech was her screaming hysterically over fraud in her home state by her own people. And yes, those are her people, the Somalis, right? She is not American. I don't care if she has a paper that says she is. She is quoted in her own speeches saying that she is a representative of the Somalis within the United States government. So fuck her.
Yeah, let's let the clip go on, and then, Rick, I got something for you after this.
In Minneapolis, many members of your Democratic Party criticized their Republican counterparts when they interrupted President Biden's State of the Union address, as a lot of us remember. Do you have any regrets at all about the interaction we played between you and President Trump just last night?
I do not. And I think many people look at that moment when the president says it is our responsibility to protect Americans. And he does not acknowledge the fact that 2 Americans, 2 of my constituents, 2 of our neighbors were killed. And it was important for me to just remind the American people that the president and his administration was responsible for killing 2 American citizens.
With hindsight, Congresswoman, do you think you would have been better off boycotting the speech like so many other Democratic lawmakers did, or did you do the right thing by actually showing up there?
Rick, am I sensing that this is turning into a Democrat struggle session? Like almost chiding Ilhan Omar on behalf of the establishment?
Yeah, he's trying to reel her back in, but it's not working. So
Yeah,
yeah,
I tend to agree.
she lost the establishment. Because again, remember, they had their marching orders. Either go to one of the alternate places if you want to be crazy, or sit on your hands and don't react to anything. Those were their marching orders. That's part of the reason why they sat down, even when he kept baiting them into traps, because that's what they were told to do. But she and Rashida Tlaib lost their crap and made themselves look absolutely insane. And I just wish I was enough above Twitter's thermal layer where she could see me ask her this question. Tell me why those people died. Because yes, they were American citizens, but they were not exhibiting lawful behaviors at the time. Did they deserve to die for them? No. But you know who was really at fault for all of that? The mayor of Minneapolis and the governor of Minnesota. Because if they had been cooperating with ICE, as Trump had been asking them to for months, none of this would have happened. And you can see that on paper now. Because when Holman went in and started twisting arms to get them to comply, you saw a lot of the violence go away, and now they're leaving because they've accomplished what they wanted to do because they got cooperation.
Exactly. It ended up that Homeland Security got what they wanted in the end. And unfortunately, these tragedies, we haven't really heard about them in the news lately because they've moved on to the next issue, which is voter ID. And Ross was talking about this part of the speech. So let's take a look at it and then let's talk about it.
Most importantly, I'm asking you to approve the Save America Act. To stop illegal aliens and others who are unpermitted persons from voting in our sacred American elections. That cheating is rampant in our elections. It's rampant. It's very simple. All voters must show voter ID.
Look at Jeffries, this Obama automaton over here. Ross, the nation wants voter ID. Why aren't they getting it?
I mean, I think that the man himself cannot be topped. Like he said it, right? Like, who is against voter ID? It's people who want to cheat. They can get it. John Thune, the Republican Senate Majority Leader, needs to put this on the floor right away and force Democrats to sustain a standing filibuster. I'm not going to go through that whole thing again. If you don't know what a filibuster really is, look it up for you dummies in the chat. Yeah, but they need to get this on the floor. Believe it or not, Mitch McConnell, the ghost of Mitch McConnell, a former quote-unquote Republican leader in the Senate, is one of the people holding up a lot of legislation on the committee that he's in, because somehow that old fool is still a committee chair. They need to boot Mitch McConnell the fuck out of the Senate. I don't even care that Kentucky has a Democratic governor and he would appoint a Democratic senator to replace Mitch McConnell. Mitch McConnell is further down the dementia ladder than Joe Biden was, right? We got to get rid of this guy.
I agree with that. He'll be out soon enough. I think he's done after the midterms. Let's get back into the clip.
All voters must show proof of citizenship in order to vote.
Oh, the applause. Wanted to highlight this comment. I need new glasses is what I need here. Oh my goodness. From Agus. Got to have an ID to buy tobacco, fake tobacco, like vapes, get government assistance, paint, alcohol, even a tattoo. Yet somehow it's wrong for voting. Yeah, it's common sense. Get on an airplane, open a bank account. You need ID. And
I
as
don't know, Gene, you and Agus sound mighty racist and sexist, requesting people to show ID to do things.
I thought you were going to call me a socialist because none other than Zohran Mamdani was requiring 2 forms of ID and your Social Security proof in order to shovel snow out of the last blizzard we had up here in the People's Republic of New York City. So, yeah, ID's kind of important, guys. Let's continue on with the clip.
And no more crooked mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military, or travel. None. And this should be an easy one. And by the way, it's polling at 89%, including Democrats. 89%. And even the new communist mayor of New York City, I think he's a nice guy, actually. Speak to him a lot. Bad policy, but nice guy. Just said they want people to shovel snow. They got hit hard. Wants them to shovel snow, but if you apply for that job, you need to show 2 original forms of ID and a Social Security card. Yet they don't want identification for the greatest privilege of them all, voting in America. No, it's no good. No good.
It's just me with Steve Scalise a little too happy in reacting. It seems like he's putting on airs a little bit, but whatever. We'll keep going.
Yeah, probably a little.
Both Republicans and Democrats overwhelmingly agree on the policy that we just enunciated. And Congress should unite and enact this common sense, country-saving legislation right now, and it should be before anything else happens.
Look at this.
She looks like the guy sitting next to her farted.
Or maybe she did. I don't know. But this is the reaction when over 80% of the American people want to pass this legislation.
I mean,
I thought we're supposed to be looking for common ground here, Ross.
But you honestly can't have common ground. And I let me say this, and I've said this a few times in the past. I know this. Remember back in the day when you were in school, especially if you took any political science classes, they would say things like, the left and the right and political spectrum, you got Democrats and Republicans. They both want what's best for the country. They just have different ways of getting there. But anyone with a brain today should understand that the left, those people we're looking at on the screen right now, they do not want what's best for the country, right? You can't make that argument anymore. One side does not want to enforce the laws of the country, keep criminals in jail. They want no cash bail. They don't want voter ID. They don't want to deport illegal aliens. They don't want to have a border. They don't want to kill drug runners that are bringing poison to our shores. And the list goes on and on and on. One side doesn't want any of those things, right? How can you make the argument that they also want what is best for our country? You can't.
You're absolutely right.
Well, you can't. Well, part of it is because they have adopted this mindset that every aspect from our founding to our current principles is corrupted and has been from our inception. So that's part of the reason why we can't find common ground with these people anymore, because we are coming from, yes, this is a flawed country, but every country is flawed, but it's still one of, if not the best, and I'm raising my hand because I do personally believe this, country on earth. They believe it is the worst. No matter what, it doesn't matter. We can't get anything right. Everything is terrible. We're on stolen land. We've murdered people. We've done this. We've done that. Never mind the fact that for thousands of years before this country was founded, that was pretty much how everybody did everything, because, that doesn't matter anymore. But yeah, it's impossible.
Yeah. And Rick mentioned like finding common ground. And just as an example, real quick, the Democratic Party, the self-proclaimed party of science, believe that men can have babies, right?
How do you find common
ground with those people?
I don't think you can in a lot of ways. By the way, Lee, you don't need permission. You can just go. Don't worry about it, pal.
Give her the pass. Give her the hall pass.
You remember the hall pass? It was like this giant piece of wood with like a key on it. Guarantee you had to bring it back. Oh my God.
Should we really be talking about giant wood when Lee has to piss?
Hell yeah. Back to the action.
The reason they don't want to do it, why would anybody not want voter ID? One reason, because they want to cheat. There's only one reason. They make up all excuses. They say it's racist. They come up with things you almost say, what imagination they have. They want to cheat. They have cheated, and their policy is so bad that the only way they can get elected is to cheat. And we're going to stop it. We have to stop it, John.
Support.
All right. So there's that clip. Voter ID. Again, Trump setting the agenda, saying F you to all the people out there that don't want to push for this because they're clearly cheaters. And yet another example, Ross, of the brilliance of whoever put this speech together. Because the wording on it and everything, it sets such a stark contrast between the two sides that can be then used to set up stump speeches for the midterms going forward.
Yep, stump speeches and ads, right? Political ads. A lot of this stuff, and Trump, like you said, he goes off script every once in a while and throws in his little ad libs. When he acknowledges, like, look at these people, they're crazy. They're not even standing for that, right? And it's usually an issue where the vast majority, it's not even like a 42 with some undecideds. The vast majority of Americans agreed with just about everything that Trump articulated in that speech. Yeah. And succinctly. It was a long speech because there were lots of things in it, but no one topic dominated the show, right? He just went from issue to issue seamlessly.
But it's also the brilliance of the speech, and let me just throw this out there to you, Rick. The brilliance of the speech is that it was long. It was an endurance battle for a lot of people. So the next day, people are not going to be looking for an hour and 49-minute speech. They're going to be looking for clips like the ones we've been playing. And that is going to set the tone for the reaction of people who are consuming all this political media right now. Brilliant move by Trump's team.
Well, this is part of what drives the left crazy when it comes to Trump, because Trump is an absolute showman. He understands the attention span of the average American. He understands that, like you said, if they weren't watching it live, even if they were, he probably captured a lot of their attention for 10 or 15 minutes, unless they're policy wonks like us. So he knew they were going to be coming back the next day going, what did I miss? Then they're going to see all these hot clips of, oh my God, they didn't stand up for this. They didn't stand up for that. They didn't stand up for this. And then at one point, one of my favorite takeaways, and I can't believe somebody actually caught it. It was one of the few times that the crowd was chanting USA, USA. And I don't think it was when, because there was a couple different times that happened. I don't think it was when the gold medalist had just walked in, but somebody had caught Rashida Tlaib turning off to the side thinking she was going to be cute. And while everybody else is chanting USA, she was chanting KKK, KKK, and thought it was hilarious. I thought it was absolutely hilarious.
I may have to play that a little later.
Yeah, unfortunately, it was in one of my virtual studios, so I don't have it anymore.
You always do this. You always bring up a great clip idea, and then it's like, yeah, well, I can't get it and show it to you. Damn, man. But here's what I can show you. I do want to show you the clip where.
Well, Trump I assume since you're like a high caliber producer that you would have already had this thing.
Oh, I wish, but as you can see, I'm sick as a dog today, and you know this, and yet you
and Ross is no help.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, listen, I want to get to this other portion because this is probably, in my opinion, the most egregious thing that Democrats didn't stand up for.
Irina was riding home on the train when a deranged monster who had been arrested over a dozen times and was released through no cash bail, stood up and viciously slashed a knife through her neck and body.
We interrupt this clip for a troll comment from one of the people that I can actually flex on a little bit here. Nothing Comment wants to know the average IQ of the people on screen. Well, we can start with me. I recently just tested mine. I'm a 131.
Well, Gene, you automatically think Nothing Comment is against us. He might have been talking about the Democrats that were on the screen.
I don't care. It's a Nothing Comment.
I'm willing to give them the benefit of their doubt.
Okay. Well,
I'm the good cop this time.
See, look, you showed some kindness and they took it as weakness. All right. So
yes.
So there you go. Good job smoking them out. My God, every time.
No one will ever forget there were people.
Oh, you see? Hang on. You see? Nothing Comment. If you had to clarify 3 different times, maybe it's your IQ we should be worried about. But whatever. Ain't no big deal.
On that train, no one will ever forget the expression of terror on Irina's face as she looked up at her attacker in the last seconds of her life. She died instantly. She had escaped a brutal war only to be slain by a hardened criminal, set free to kill in America, came in through open borders. Mrs. Zaretsky, tonight I promise you we will ensure justice for your magnificent daughter, Irina. How do you not stand? How do you not stand?
That was an unintentional trap, because how could anyone anticipate Democrats or anyone not acknowledging the passing of this young woman to her family who are there watching this? Disgusting.
And the ultimate irony is that half of those loser Democrats are wearing Ukrainian flag pins, and they don't stand up for a Ukrainian refugee who was murdered by an animal on a subway.
I don't know how anyone could be so heartless, Rick, to that woman, this mother that lost her child to crime that should have been preventable.
I mean, they don't care. The only crimes they care about are the ones that they can spin. They couldn't spin this one, so they don't care. And if you listen to them, the reason they didn't stand and the reason they didn't react is because Donald Trump was spinning the guy who committed the crime as an illegal alien. Apparently, according to records, he was born in North Carolina in the 1990s. But I meant to research this earlier today, and I did not. But I'm willing to bet if you go back and look, his parents were probably illegal. So to Trump, that means he's illegal because he doesn't favor anchor babies. So that's probably where he was coming from with that. I can't confirm that, but that's that. If you listen to the talking heads and if you listen to the couple of folks that have gone on the news circuit today, the reason they didn't stand for that was because he wasn't an illegal alien. So we didn't feel the need to stand for that because he was openly lying.
Oh, whatever. Jazzy Croc saying this is all political theater. You're absolutely right, Jazzy. 100% right. But to the average American, this sort of theater will drive votes. It will drive people to the polls to vote one way or the other. Democrats are hoping this theater is going to encourage their side to show up, and Trump and the Republicans are doing theater themselves to make sure that their people know what to go out and vote for as well. So, yeah, political theater has its place, especially when it comes to the State of the Union, because, Ross, it sets the tone for the rest of the year.
Yeah, well, first of all, it's not just the State of the Union that is political theater. All of politics is a show. The great Rush Limbaugh used to always say that politics is show business for ugly people, right? So the whole thing is a show. Unfortunately, a lot of these morons run our lives.
Absolutely. Rick, you sent me that thing in the private chat, right? You want me to put that up?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the Talib clip you were teasing me that I.
Yes. Give me 1 second.
See, Rick comes through in the clutch. I knew he would.
Yeah, he does. Let me just embiggen this. I have to do different things here to get things going. Can I make it wider?
That's what she said.
There we go. And now I need to. Well, I'll do it in a second here. Let me get this in. Push this button here. Click that thing there. Get this on the screen. Share it. And there it is. This is from the NRCC. Republicans, USA, Rashida Tlaib, KKK. Everything you need to know about today's Democrats. Now let's make this bigger and hear it. And see it as well. One more time. Here it is. That looks like KKK to me.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's
what
pretty
a catch.
blatant.
Good catch,
Yeah.
Rick.
That's pretty blatant. Actually, that was I caught that from doing the Twitchy live blog last night. Somebody put that out, and I was like, "Holy crap!" So then we talked about it for like 10 minutes on our stream. I was like, "That just, dude." Now, granted, you can see it in the clip that I found. Actually, was a little bit longer. You can see her start cutting a full on grin. So she was being a smartass, but still, Can you imagine if they had caught a Republican on camera doing that?
Oh, there'd be a ruckus. There'd be a complete utter ruckus going on.
They need to be censored. They need to be removed. This needs to happen yesterday. But yeah.
And to Hakeem Jeffries' credit, by the way, the reason why he was telling his caucus to just sit there on their hands and not say anything is because last year the Democrats made absolute fools of themselves. They all dressed in white. They put up these dumb signs. Al Green got ejected by the sergeant at arms, right? And he was trying to, for political purposes, avoid the Democrats looking like the anti-American scumbags that they are again this year. And people like Tlaib and Omar, they can't help themselves. Al Green again got ejected, right? They're just losers, anti-American losers.
And Dawn reminds us, did you see the pin that she was wearing on her lapel that said, fuck ICE?
Yeah. Yeah.
So, okay, Rashida, we gave you the attention you so desperately craved, and we'll move on to more of the resistance, because there was some funny shit going on out there, guys, outside the State of the Union, what Democrats are doing. This is the party. I'm going to set this clip up by saying this is the party that thinks that they should be in charge of your government.
I am a physician, and I have a flag. And I am the proud representative for Oregon's 3rd Congressional District. Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
And tonight, I defy Trump and his authoritarian project by standing in joyful, radical, peaceful resistance with the Portland Frog Brigade.
Yay!
I have to zoom back a little bit.
Yeah, please get the frogs on. Yeah.
Let's leave that up for a minute. I didn't know this existed, and I'm kind of tickled pink that I know now. The Oregon Frog Brigade, is that what she called it?
Yep, the Oregon Frog Brigade.
Oh, boy.
Is this what we're going up against, Gene? Is this the party that everyone thinks is so smart and cunning and politically astute? Like, is this what we're afraid of? Please, someone in the chat tell me that you are proud of this Democratic Party. That woman, that ugly as sin woman, and people dressed in frog costumes.
Well, here you go. Here's your defense coming.
Yes, okay, peaceful great.
Peaceful protesters.
And Aga says, no, they're not. So there's a fight going on in the chat right now for that.
Even more importantly, what do they stand for? What I challenged the chat earlier, and I still yet to see one, a response. Name a policy that the modern Democratic Party stands for, right? Like, they're going to win the midterms and do what? Fill in that blank, right? I'm looking at a stage of a failed congresswoman from a left coast state standing up there with a bunch of people dressed as frogs. Like, fill in the blanks for me. Tell me what I'm missing here.
Yeah, what is the powerful moving policy statement that comes from this, right? Jeez, a Lou.
Well, right before this, there was a dude dancing around in a giraffe suit, so there's that. Yeah.
Wait. Portland was obviously exposed to metric tons of cesium-123. I can't laugh, people. You got to make me cough. And uranium 235. There's Fukushima, which, oh, God. Oh, my God. Okay.
Listen, Agus is on fire. This guy's brilliant. I'm just going to say that.
Egg, good on. Comment of the show right there.
Are you on X? Because if you're on X, I want to follow you.
Yeah, seriously. Drop your @ for X if you're on there so we can all follow you. That is awesome. Oh my goodness. Yep.
I think Gene's going to die tonight.
It all makes sense when you look at that. It certainly does. Hey, Ross, can I bring back an OG buffoon that we haven't talked about in a while because she hasn't been relevant in the years?
Uh-oh. Now you
do you remember Debbie Wasserman Schultz?
Oh, yes, ramen, the original ramen noodle head.
Well, apparently she was not happy with the State of the Union.
Hey everyone, Debbie Wasserman Schultz here. I just came off the House floor after the President's State of the Union address, which I thought was revolting. Basically, this was an awards show with lies during the commercial breaks.
An award show. Imagine thinking that giving a Medal of Honor to one of our greatest people in this country is a sideshow.
I don't mean to step on you, but I have to say this. Look at the nose. She didn't just come off the floor. She came out of the cloakroom bathroom doing rails. She wasn't on the floor. She was snorting. Look at that nose. That nose is bright fucking red. She was snorting coke. I'm telling you.
God. The frog thing is still going. What did Alex Jones say? That they're turning the frogs gay? Well, I guess there's your proof. Oh, God.
Gee, you got to put that one other comment a little above that from Agus. It's another banger, the Party of Science comment.
Oh, here it. Okay. There you go. The Party of the Science, except physics, biology, physiology, neurology, all the ologies.
And by the way, how can you even talk about Wasserman Schultz's nose? How do you get past the hair, right? Look, I know a lot of Republicans have bad hair too, but this woman, you can't take her seriously. That looks like a pack of ramen noodles exploded on her fucking head.
I'm not one to talk about looks because, I got this going on, so I'm okay. Well, let's continue on with the substance, Gally. Focus now. Let's go.
I thought the president acted like a carnival barker, and he wants the American people to not believe what's going on in their own household budget, not believe their own bottom line. And the fact that he mocked the idea that life is unaffordable in this country was so incredibly disrespectful. And it's just something that I'm not going to stand for. I will stand alongside my Democratic colleagues every single day. I will stand alongside Steve Reyes, who is my guest tonight for the State of the Union, who's a small business owner whose own health care costs after the enhanced premium tax credits expired caused his health.
Well, who set up that scheme that you needed to have perpetual tax credits?
They did.
I don't think that was Republicans. I think that was Democrats, right?
It was passed along party lines. They set the expiration dates. They knew the Affordable Care Act was in fact unaffordable, and they bought themselves some time thinking they would be able to kick this can further down the road. And Republicans called their bluff, and now they're pissed. But
and not only was it passed along party lines, it was passed through reconciliation, right? So they didn't need to fight a filibuster and a 60-vote threshold. They had the parliamentarian decide that reconciliation was something that can work for that. And Rick is 100% right. They passed it. They set the expiration date. They did the subsidies, all without Republican votes. And now they expect the Republican Party to bail them out. I don't think so.
Nope, not going to happen.
Well, Wasserman Schultz apparently was making the rounds that night at the State Union and went on News Nation with Leland Vittert, and he called her on the carpet.
Tackling the president, and now you handing out the congressional or awarding the Congressional Medal of Honor to undoubtedly a heroic helicopter pilot and then a fighter pilot, an award show. I'm wondering if the president could have said anything that you'd be okay with.
There are numerous times that I stood up during his speech, and I stood up for each of the individuals whose valor was worthy of the praise that he meted out. But I can tell you,
then
I
why
brought
call it
a
an
guest
award show
tonight
and be
from
so
my
dismissive?
district. I brought a guest tonight because I brought in a guest tonight from my district.
And she tries to pivot from there. I'm not going to show you the pivot. But, yeah, Scott's got it. Dems are clowns, man. That's all they are right now.
So I have to jump in a second. So I do want to take a lead and back up to her whole affordability argument. I'm going to say this again. The reason that those of us that live in red states started screaming and yelling under Biden was when we started paying $6 a dozen for eggs, because for us, that isn't normal. Our egg averages are normally anywhere between 89 cents to $1.69 a dozen, depending on whether we want the good ones or not. So for all of these Democrats that are screaming about how bad affordability is, for those of you who believe them, if you live in a blue city, blue county, or blue state, you need to start looking at the policies there that are still negatively impacting your pricing. Because for those of us that live in free states, our prices are getting better. And that's because our government isn't trying to strangle us to make Donald Trump look bad.
Yeah.
So,
Ross, you got anything to add, or I'm going to move on to another clip?
Yeah, just real quickly, if you live in a blue city, there aren't like chicken farms all over your city, right? Those eggs come there on trucks. And what do trucks need? Oil and gas. And it has to be cheap. Otherwise, everything costs more, you dummies.
Speaking of dummies, Chris Murphy was at a different rally. So we saw the Defiance.org rally with the frogs. He was at the People's State of the Union hosted by our favorite buffoon, Joy Reid.
Oh, God.
And let's just say that security was a little lax at this event.
The moment. This is the reason that she came here to the United States, to speak truth to power, to explain the trials and tribulations that every immigrant, that every refugee goes through to get here, and to press this country to...
Border! I stuck in the border. Go Trump! Go Trump! Hey, Murphy, you're a scumbag.
Thanks, man. Thanks, buddy.
You're a scumbag.
This
I love you're a scumbag. Dude, you're a scumbag. Now listen, I don't believe in heckling, but I will watch someone troll and do this all the time. That's why I'm not mad at our trolls in our chat. Trolls in our chat can hang out as much as you want. We can give as good as you get. And frankly, a lot of you have not been giving well. You need to work on it. But yeah, what kind of stupidity was this? Also, Sarah Gonzalez was openly trolling. Those who don't know, Sarah Gonzalez, I believe, is from The Blaze. She was openly trolling Joy Reid at this event as well. Just the stupid. It burns sometimes, Galloway.
It burns. It burns.
It burns. That was brilliant. I love those awkward moments like that. I also am not a fan of interrupting people's speeches, but like I've said many times, the left is basically, not basically, in actuality, shooting people on our side. So fuck them. I say we bust into every one of their events and raid the stage. Well done.
So I guess as my final thought, I'm going to be the odd man out here because I absolutely love being that guy, because the balcony Muppets were my heroes when I was a kid. So yeah, that's kind of my jam. So anyway, but I do have to go because I have Rick and Orny coming up next. So.
Absolutely. But guys, those of you who don't know, Rick has his own radio network, KLRN Radio, at KLRN Radio, I believe, is where you can find it on X, and also at Rowdy Rick 73 on X, where he will be streaming continually all the great programming of KLRN. It's awesome. Check it out. Rick, thanks so much for coming on. And now I'm going to boot you.
Bye.
Bye. All right. So there was some performances at that People's State of the Union. And at the State of the Union as well.
This has been,
I'm sure you've all seen
behind
the
the
photo
Lines
of Representative
radio
Al
right
Green
here
holding
live
up
on
a sign saying
KLRNradio.com, but
black
we're
people
gonna move on to
aren't
the next
apes.
one, and I know I'm talking over that.
And
It's weird for me when I do
I think,
this.
yeah,
We're
it's
gonna
true.
make that go away just to make my life a little bit easier. And we'll be back with Rick and Orty here in just a minute, so stay tuned. Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Monarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNRadio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNRadio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNRadio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRNRadio.
Not to be a backseat driver, but can you say for sure you got the best monthly payment possible on your auto loan? Could it be that you might have gotten a better deal by shopping the loan at a few places and have a lower car payment? Next time, before you go car shopping, visit Communication Federal Credit Union first. Our auto loan experts will find you a perfect loan and get you the lowest monthly payment we can. Communication Federal, your auto loan experts. Restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts. It's new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the #1 way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
The way I always do. How was I to know she was with the Russians too? I was gambling in Havana. I took a little risk. Send lawyers, guns, and money. Dad, get me out of this. Ha!
Uh-oh. Guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Huh? Anybody?
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
Or for me, the day that never ends, because I feel like I've been working since yesterday, because I kind of have been. Anyway, good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you might be. You are listening to Rick and Orty live right here on KLRNRadio.com. I am one half of the crew, Mr. Rick Robinson. He's the other half, Ordnance J. Packard. I don't know how to introduce you, because, reasons. Anyway, how you
I'm
doing,
Yoder
man?
Secreto right now.
How you doing, man? How's things?
Well, I'm in Twitmo again. It's weird to say this was a fucking nothing. I mean, if you're gonna get 7 days in Twitmo for a wood chipper joke, what's the point of even fucking
right? What happened to free speech? It's a wood chipper joke. Dude, they have a wood chipper gift.
I mean, I drop you should stop being such a faggot memes all day long. Retard is a comma. But you threaten to put one pedo in a wood chipper and everybody loses their shit.
I thought that's what they were for.
Really, seriously. I mean, look at the number of wood chippers there are. There can't be that many trees. I mean, come on.
I kind of thought, it was invented for one thing, and then kind of the wood chipping became like the off-label use, kind of like that pill weed pedal, just saying it had originally one use, now another. But I knew something was up. I was like, dude, he's been really quiet. And then I was doing some work and I popped my head into X, and all of a sudden I saw VC going, yeah, hi, here's my new friend. I'm like, oh crap.
That none of you have ever seen before. Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, you can find me as Yoder Secreto.
So does this mean you're currently
I generally I'm undercover for the Amish, for the folk, doing covert operations with our space lasers. I mean, we
remember it's the Jews.
Anyway. So we let everybody think the Jews have that. But so right now I'm running the Ordnance J. Packard Torch and Pitchfork in 4AM while he is in Twitmo. Hi, how you doing?
Yeah, it's been a day, but it's been a fun day. I don't know. Maybe it's because I actually had been put on some new medicine about a week or so ago. And they told me it would take a while to start working. I think it might finally start to be working, but there's some gnarly things going on behind the scenes. But I actually feel really good, and my voice has actually held out well for most of the day, considering in between last night and today, I'm on like 9 hours of talking. So yay!
And you're pulling it off, and your voice sounds good. You don't sound like you're about to die.
Yeah, well, it's happening.
But you don't sound like it.
It's happened a couple times, but the cough drops are actually doing their job again, which is kind of where I am most of the time this time of year, which is why I guess I'm starting to feel normal. Because normally I can't do a show without a cough drop in my mouth, or I start to sound raspy anyway. But so I'm kind of back to there. But yeah, so I woke up today and I was like, dude, I actually feel good for like the first time in a month. And then I was like,
Good.
I wonder if it's because I did so much work the last couple of days. Because I've noticed that if I try to take it easy, I start feeling like crap. But then I have to find the happy medium because there's times when I try to do too much and then I'm worn out for a couple of days and don't want to move. But then there's times when I do just enough and I start feeling better. I'm like, I really wish I could get this dialed in so I could do my work all the time and just feel good, not, randomly go from, oh, I feel really good to holy crap, now I want to sleep for 2 days.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, so been watching the left have an absolute meltdown over the State of the Union and all the crap that we talked about last night. So that's been fun.
Yeah, I didn't get to see much of the meltdown today. I mean, aside from like, checking Twitchy and Red State and shit. But because, when my feed is totally different on Yoder than it is on Ordy. I mean, night and day. So yeah. But yeah, so do you want to talk Sodu or are you over it?
I know we can. I'm good with it. Go ahead.
I mean, I don't have a lot to say. I just, what, the real star of last night was the pool cameraman.
Yeah, he did.
He fucking nailed it. Absolutely crushed it. Talking about Somali pirates, goes straight to Omar. Talking about transgenders, goes straight to McBride.
Oh, that was one of my favorite things with McBride today. Put out a statement, the entire State of the Union was 50% lies. I said, says the dude who 100% lied about having a penis. Just like,
yeah. Yeah. So I saw a meme today where looking totally dejected and him looking totally dejected. And the meme was when your sixth pregnancy test comes back negative.
Oh, so I mean, I have to admit, last night was probably one of the, I mean, look, I had a lot, don't get me wrong, I had a lot of fun ragging Biden during his State of the Unions, but let's face it, they were boring as fuck. And it was most of us making fun of the fact that, what the hell did he just say? Half the time you couldn't even understand him.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, last
Stuttering
night
Joe, where did he come from? Where did he go?
Last night was fun. And one of my favorite things was having to fact check myself on the air going, wait a minute, have they ever done these medals of the State of the Union? And then we find out they hadn't. I'm like, this is never.
And I fact checked your fact check just in case you used AI.
No, I didn't. But
I know. No, I was just saying, yeah.
I know. But yeah, I appreciate you double checking me. But yeah, no, because I really thought that they did in Trump's last State of the Union, but I forgot that was like one of the Medal of Freedom things that they did. Not quite the same thing.
Yeah.
But then, of course, the Democrats were, Debbie Wasserman Schultz was back in the news. This was nothing but a glorified award ceremony. Blah, 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 blah. Affordability. I'm like, yeah. All you blue state, blue county, blue city living motherfuckers need to start looking at the people that run your shit to figure out why your prices aren't getting better. Because eggs are $5 cheaper than they were for me a year ago. Gas is $3 a gallon cheaper than it was for me a year ago. So things are getting better if your own government isn't still trying to kill you.
Good. Yeah. When you, it's amazing how cheap eggs are when you don't genocide the entire bird population, the entire egg laying population, because of essentially a bird cold. They COVID. Yeah. So they were like,
COVIDed the bird.
Yeah, they COVIDed the bird flu. So yeah. But no, last night, okay, generally I don't like watching Trump speak because I could autocomplete any one of his sentences. I know how he's going to finish a sentence halfway through it. And it's just, it's a little annoying. But last night felt pretty good. It was, I mean, I was okay with it, It was good fun. And, he just absolutely was sticking it to the Democrats every time, them not standing up and everything. So I was like, you know what? All right, good. Do that. Call him insane.
So so the first time I was like, oh my god, he's gonna do this, and then the second time it started feeling like the old Looney Tunes cartoons where there was like flashing signs that said, hey, don't do this or don't step here, and then they
Mhm.
kept doing the thing and stepping there. I was
Yeah.
like, "Oh, this feels like I'm watching Saturday morning cartoons, and they just keep
Yeah.
doing the Elmer Fudd slash
Don't
Coyote bit.
lick the TNT.
And then my favorite thing today was listening to Schumer. Well, of course, we believe Americans should be protected, but we're not going to be Donald Trump's props. That's why we didn't stand up. I was like, oh, come on.
And you played yourself because you were his prop by not standing up.
Exactly.
He
You did
he
exactly
had 4 years of you not doing it before. He knows what you're going to do. You are all predictable.
And well, this is why they're and you saw this today with the blue check Twitterati talking heads on that side, because every single one of them at some point between about midnight last night and 6 o'clock this morning put out the same post. I cannot believe they're trying to make this into such a big thing. And then it has the still shot of them not standing. And I'm like, and one of them that I saw was like, we didn't have to turn it into a thing because it is a thing, because you just gave every political opponent an ad piece for stock video of these people hate you, and they just proved it again, and that's just it. For those who are not political junkies, for those that don't eat, sleep, and breathe this stuff the way that I do. I mean, I know you do to a lesser degree because you enjoy the pop culture stuff a little bit more than I do as far as doing shows about it. But for those who don't eat, sleep, and breathe this stuff, this was the official kickoff to the midterms. And Donald Trump put his party on the best possible footing that he could. And if you don't believe me, just look at CNN having a stroke with their flash poll numbers. Because 64% of the country
68.
Yes, well, yeah, I knew it was 60 something. But yeah, like 68% of the country were like, they said they believe that Donald Trump's policies are moving them in the right direction. That is now granted, it was just a flash poll, but if CNN got those results, they tried to oversample the hell out of that shit.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no, that was probably Dem plus 30.
And they still couldn't even get it to anywhere near half.
Well, and it's like we're always saying is that every time the Democrats are on the wrong side of an 80-20 issue, every time. And even CNN's polling tells them that. And they just refuse to budge because they know they're going to lose the rabid left if they do. And they know that when you lose the rabid left, that's when your campaign headquarters gets blown up. So, but yeah, no, at this point right now, every Republican, every GOP race that isn't like just deep, dark blue, it's your race to lose right now. And I'm going to say it in California right now for the governor's race. I'm not going to say I have high hopes of you winning, even though the top two polling in California right now. Okay. With California's jungle primary, if the primary was today and the results are where polling is right now, it would be 2 Republicans on the ticket in November for governor. Because Swallow is third and he's the top Democrat and he's at like 23%.
Well, and
So
he's not helping himself either. So I don't know.
He's really not helping himself.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. This is the end of February. In the realm of politics, the less than 9-month span that we have until the elections is an eternity. So I don't want anybody to get excited. But Donald Trump did everything that he could. And I think with the momentum that he just had coming off of State of the Union and the poll flip that he just pulled off, even if it's just a short-term bounce, with the idea of doing a midterm convention, I think that's genius. Because he's going to be able to put everything front and center again. And it's going to be things that the Democrats cannot refute. Because, again, if you're smart enough to do research, and the Democrats are praying that you're not, there's no way that you can't at least start to see some of the green shoots of our economy starting to say, hey, this is actually looking pretty solid. And the scariest thing is, and I think this is why they shut it down again, If there hadn't been that government shutdown at the end, I guarantee you, because the government spending is part of the GDP numbers because of how enormous it still is, that our GDP would have been at least 2 points higher than it was at the end of at the end of December, beginning of January. I
Sure.
think that's why they've shut it down again.
And on the math end, you're 100% right. I actually think they should have let that drug out because the Dems were losing that narrative. They were absolutely losing the narrative, and they shouldn't have caved. But that's me. Yeah, no. But getting back to California real quick, like I said, I don't believe that they're going to win. But if anybody from the Trump administration listens to me, I'm going to beg of you, keep California off your lips. Don't mention it. California has good potential to show it truly is purple. Just keep California off your lips because that's going to create blowback. So please, I beg of you. Big fan, but you know what? Don't fucking Virginia this, okay? Just stay out of it.
Speaking of Virginia, that had to be one of the biggest missteps for the Democratic Party last night.
Oh my God, that was the worst rebuttal. We talked about it last night. Obvious applause sign. The way that the applause just cut, like everybody stopped. And they were looking at the camera, not at Abby. So you could tell that sign dropped and then they just stopped. And, plus there was 30 people in there and 20 of them were press probably. They never pulled back to show any more than those 2 rows of seats of 12 people.
Because there probably weren't anymore.
That's what, yeah. I mean, like you commented on the echo in there.
I mean, granted, for a lot of folks that don't do what I do for a living and constantly listening to audio, I mean, I've had people that look at some of the stuff that I do because I've gotten to the point where I'm editing for people that I don't even have to listen to it anymore. I can look at the profile on the screen and go, yeah, that's got to change. That's got to change. That's got to change. So it's kind of like, you remember that line from Red October where dude's like, well, at first I thought this was a whale, but now I'm pretty sure it's this. Yeah, it's kind of like that because I listened to audio so much that when I started hearing them clapping and you could hear how loudly it was reverberating off the walls and the surrounding floors and stuff, like, dude, that room is empty. Empty.
And if you don't really know how sound works, that means that there was no people to dampen the sounds. It's like when you walk into a brand new apartment and you don't have any furniture in it yet.
Yeah, if there's no, because I mean, there's obviously some form of furniture there because there were people standing there. She had a podium, so I mean, there were things to absorb sound. But one of the biggest things that absorb sound and make a room softer is people. And so if there's lots of people there and you start clapping, like with the State of the Union, you heard there were lots of people there. There was lots of clapping, but there was almost no echo because there was lots of people. So in the rebuttal, just the reverb alone from the echo was like, dude, that room was empty. That room is empty. But it wasn't even that. I mean, so that on its own, most people aren't going to catch that. But what is absolutely funny to me is now again they have and will continue to be able to take the Democrats' affordability argument and say the same people that are complaining that we have cost you $1,700 are now costing the people of Virginia how much money? How much money? So
a lot.
This was a misstep all over the place, and these are the kind of missteps that Republicans used to make. This is the part that I'm kind of scratching my head because I'm like, this is as stupid as we used to be back in the day, where we would be set up to possibly, flip the script and do all of this. And we would just line up everything exactly wrong to where we came out with no momentum and the entire script had been flipped. That's how last night feels. But for once, it was them finding all the rakes, not us. Now, how long we can keep that up, I don't really know. But it was just interesting because I'm like, you guys did pretty much everything wrong last night that you could do, including the fact that now you have Democrats screaming to get rid of Fetterman because he wore a suit and shook Trump's hand.
Yeah, and stood up a couple times when, you should have.
Yeah, he wore a suit. So he took the time to shake Trump's hand, and he actually stood up a couple times. And now half the Democratic Party wants him gone. And the scariest thing about all this, and I said this on Gene's show a little bit ago, I think what's happening, because Jeffries said it and Schumer said it, they wanted everybody to either go to one of the counter protests or just sit on their hands, because they knew that if they overreacted, it would leave a bad taste like it did last year. But they also knew that if people started positively reacting, which you did see a little bit of towards the middle and towards the end, that they would start losing their rabid, what has become their base. And these are the people that will eat them. And they know it. So they're trying to keep them happy. And I don't think they're going to be able to do it much longer.
And I hate to keep coming back to it with California. See, the thing with California is you wonder, well, how does that state go Republican sometimes? You know, like it was a lot of people don't know it was a red state mostly for the last 100 years. We've only had 4 Democrat governors in 100 years. So since 1900. So you wonder how that happens in a blue state, especially a blue state like California, is that they're waiting for the signal to have permission to break. And while it may not be an overt signal, but in California, it's when all of the newspapers aren't constantly fawning over the fact that none of the newspapers are fawning over Swalwell. He's not the chosen one. The party didn't select him at the convention. And no, I mean, everybody, because he's running for governor against Trump. The 40% of California is NPP, no party preference, independent. So they're just waiting for that signal permission to vote red. And Trump last night, Fetterman standing, Fetterman, clapping when he was supposed to, Fetterman wearing a suit, and that's giving permission to the blue dog Democrats, the non-insane Democrats, the ones who will vote party line, vote, down ballot, but don't always agree with it. They just do it because it's what they've always done. That signals it's okay. That and the massive, minority migration to Trump. All of the signals are going to, it's okay to vote Republican right now. It's in your interest. Do it. Go ahead and do it.
Yeah, and it is starting to go that way. I mean, you're even seeing some Hollywood folks breaking ranks again, which is rare, but it does happen. And again, I'm just going to say it again. I don't really care what somebody who's an actor says one way or the other. I don't care if you like I don't care if you agree with the policies that I support. I don't care if you disagree with the policies that I support. For the most part, I want you guys to shut up and do what I pay you to do, because I pay you through your ratings. I pay you through the movie tickets I buy. I want you to do your job. But it is interesting to see that so many people are starting to come out for the other side again, because at some point along the way, we became the counterculture, which is interesting.
No, we've always have been.
Yeah, I mean, not for a little bit. Like early 60s and 70s, the GOP was not the counterculture. They were the folks that's how everybody wanted to be. But it's just been kind of funny to me watching, because at some point along the way, we became the fun party again. And they're the ones that are always super serious. And even when they try to say that they're trying to have fun, it's just the most off the wall crazy shit, like the Frog Brigade. Who the fuck cares
the
about
giraffe
the
and the G-string or whatever? Yeah.
And Jeffrey the giraffe and a G-string. I don't care. What? That's not fun. That's weird.
Yeah, and these are the party that are trying to tell you that like JD Vance is weird or whatever. And okay, keep fucking Tucker out of the White House. The next time I see Tucker went to the White House, I'm just like fucking Nick Shirley's coming out saying that Nick Fuentes is funny. Whatever, fuck it. Yeah, don't fall for influencers, kids. I just want to know where all these people talking shit about Candace getting paid from, because I've been doing it for years and I haven't gotten a cent. Y'all are getting paid?
Yeah, I don't know about any of that, but I wish I would have known, so that I had to figure out how to get in on that stuff too. So
one thing I'm noticing too, everybody who seems to support Candace Owens, watch for this. You'll find it's interesting. And they're followed by Thomas Massey.
I haven't noticed that before now, but you just set off a light bulb in my head.
It's just, it's just one of those things that I noticed it today, when all the bashing of Candy was going around, and I'd just happened to hover over the account to see what mutuals I had, and it would always be followed by Thomas Massey. Interesting.
Que interesante.
Not always,
But
most frequently.
Massey has become such a disappointment. I swear.
Remember how much fun Sassy with Massey used to be?
Dude, it was awesome.
Yeah. Now
And
it's
then-
just he's become one of them. He's no fun.
Yeah, he's absolutely no fun. To the point where he was even sitting on the Democratic side because I was there for solidarity regarding Epstein. Dude, come on. That's like one of the biggest stories today that everybody's trying to recirculate is, oh my God, the DOJ kept back some files about an uncorroborated report of Donald Trump, blah, blah, blah. You heard the uncorroborated part, right? So they've already told you they're not keeping it. They're doing additional research. And then once they have finished researching it, they're going to go ahead and release it. But this has been around since the 80s. Need I remind you which side Donald Trump was on in the 80s and the 90s?
Yeah, he was a Democrat then, and then independent, but yeah.
As soon as he flipped to independent, if they had anything on him, they would have used it. Just saying. This stuff has been around for forever. But you'll notice everybody getting caught up in it, for the most part, is either across the pond or people that have been in the orbit of folks like the Clintons and the Obamas for decades so far, which is the real reason that I think that every chance they've had to release it up until now, they have set on it. But the Obamas have outlived their usefulness. The Bidens have outlived their usefulness. So the people that are out for blood don't care what happens to them anymore. As long as they can get Trump in the process, and they think they can, they don't care what happens to them anymore because they've outlived their usefulness. That's why they're pushing so hard for it now.
Hey, Jeff brought up a good point on I forgot all about this. Massey has a liberal girlfriend now.
Yeah. Well, I didn't know that. I thought he got married again. Yeah, I didn't know if she was a lib or not, but yeah, I know he's done honestly, I was kind of watching. Dude went from being, a little chubby to kind of felt and feeling good about himself. And I'm like, go you. And then all of a sudden it's like, what happened to you?
Yeah.
What happened to you?
Ozempic. That's what happened to him.
Yeah, something.
I don't know.
Dude, there have
Commercial.
been
Oh,
I know
sorry.
some people that have been, I know some people that have been using that stuff, and there have been some weird side effects starting to crop up. I think some people may have pulled the trigger on that a little early. I'm just saying, but yeah,
one of the things I had my my evaluation panel this last week, and it's like I've mentioned, I've put on about 15-20 pounds since I've been out of work, just because I can't be physical with my back injury. So the first thing the QME said was, have you considered Ozempic? I said, if I could get back to work, I'd just shut it right off. I have a very physical job, and he's like, oh, okay. I'm just like, why are you guys pushing this like fucking Pez? Is this like the new, what was that thing that got everybody on for a while? And then it turned out the side effects were just like death. I mean, not the COVID vaccine, the other thing that they were trying to get. Lean. Remember when they were getting everybody on lean?
Yeah.
And, instead of using frying in fat, and it caused like anal leakage and shit. Just like,
we're gonna pass. But all right, let's take the break because I got to go grab another cough drop because I'm starting to feel scratchy. So,
all right, do it.
And I thought I had another one, but I do not. So I'm gonna have to step out of the room. So we'll be right back. Any music complaints, go to the Amish one. Except I got to remember to unmute it first because I forgot I was over on their feed. So, and now we play the music.
Hey, it's been so long since I have written with a pen. It's sharper than a saber. I don't feel like aeroplane. Got no computer, I can't type the letter M. You're not responding right, I guess I better start again. this fella's hungry, got a dozen mouths to feed. He asked for money for a bus pass and a heartbeat. I throw him $1, it's exactly what he needs to get another jug of Thunderbird and nightshade. But he asked me for a last cigarette, last cigarette, last cigarette, one before I go to bed. Last cigarette, last cigarette, last cigarette, one before I go to bed. You gotta get the kitten fed, you gotta kiss the little woman, put the children in a bed. Check the sports and weather and the living and the dead. You don't have to hear the headlines, you can hear what Johnny Carson said. Oh, Mr. Sandman, won't you listen to me, please? I'm saying I'll stay in bed, but I'll pretend I'm on my knees and praying. One for my hunger and another for my greed, and just forget about my envy, Lord, and give me what I need. I need a last cigarette, last cigarette, last cigarette, one before I go to bed. Last cigarette, last cigarette, last cigarette, one before I go to bed.
Woo! Cut that one close, but we're back. Woo!
Nice.
Anyway,
you know,
how was your break?
One thing about late 80s music, they knew how to use saxophones for effect.
Yes, they did.
Especially in all rock. Also, the other thing I noticed watching that video, I miss pumps. I miss chicks wearing pumps.
They were Mexican.
I just love those fuck me pumps, man. Up by my ears. Anyway, moving on.
Life was sexier in the 80s and the 90s.
Life was so much hotter.
It's just the truth of it, man.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I mean, big hair or not. Yeah, I liked the end of the big hair thing where there was still like, it wasn't a wall of hair, but it was kind of like there was still a lot of it, you know? That was, yeah. Anyway. How you doing, man?
I'm doing all right. So here's an interesting little quick hit. Remember that thing that they kept saying doesn't ever happen? We don't have health.
Which one?
That we don't have healthcare fraud in this country. Dearborn Heights man has pled guilty to $3.2 million healthcare fraud scheme.
Yeah, I mean, it never happens except for when it just keeps happening.
Just, you know,
now we're at the, and it's happening and it's a good thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But this is the thing that drives me absolutely crazy, and I don't know how many shows I've said this on, but I'm going to say it again. When you and I are being taxed so much that now they're talking about they went from approximately $9 billion to upwards of $19 billion being stolen in Minnesota. When that can happen and we don't notice and nothing breaks, we're being taxed way too fucking much.
Yep.
Because if they didn't have basically unlimited money, they wouldn't be able to just basically steal us blind and then go, oh, they'll never notice until we do. I mean, think about this for a second. If we actually started the process to claw back everything that was stolen from us, how much of our deficit would be wiped out?
A lot.
We might not even have
I
a
would say
national
probably close. I would say what we would be likely to get, not if we got everything, but what we could be likely to get if we were to actually really, really, really go after it. I'd say probably close to $1 trillion.
Yeah, I mean, it would make a hell of a dent. Now, the other thing that I thought was absolutely funny, and this happened within minutes of the Supreme Court ruling that the authority Trump used to do the tariffs was wrong. Look, I'm not getting into that part of the discussion, but what I think is absolutely hilarious is the same corporations and the same media talking heads that were screaming, and the court agreed with them that tariffs are taxes on the people because they have to pass the cost on to the consumer. And dozens of corporations lined up and started filing lawsuits to recoup their tariffs money. What do you have to recoup if you've been passing the losses on to the consumer?
Yeah, exactly. And I did like in that decision that in the dissent.
Yeah.
Or no, it was in the decision, and Gorsuch wrote, here's how you actually do it. Here's the roadmap.
Yeah, so it was a concurrence, but it was a separate concurrence because there was a point of dissension. So that's when he basically
it wasn't the dissent, it was the concurrence.
He said, you did this wrong, but this is how you can do it. And the thing about it is, Trump knew that all along. That's always been his plan B. But doing it this way was faster, and he was really thinking the court would have gone along with him. And I mean, once the cat's out of the bag, I don't know how you put it back in anyway. And then for them to say, well, it's illegal, but we're not going to touch the rest of it. We'll let the lower courts decide. I'm just like, y'all took how many months to come up with this decision? Really? 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 Anyway. But they've been taking their time on a lot of stuff today because there were supposed to be some Supreme Court decisions today, and I never saw any. Unless I missed it.
They were up past their bedtime last night.
Well,
at least 4 of them were.
The ones that showed up anyway. But yeah, that's the other thing I was honestly surprised about. He did not take a very hard swipe at the judges, and I thought he was going to. I mean, he pawed at him a little bit, but he didn't just come out and just slap him.
See, and we talked about this last night. Were I Trump and the justices were there, I would have made a joke about how busy they are and say, if you would actually restrain these federal judges, then you guys wouldn't be so busy.
Right?
Yeah.
That makes too much sense. We can't do that, though.
Yeah. Hey, did you see that dust up between Sanders and Markline Millen today?
I did. No, I saw Mullins for another thing, but not that. So what happened? What did I miss?
So they were talking about, he had they were talking about healthcare costs and everything. And he was saying, I agree with the senior member, the ranking member, and blah 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 blah, that healthcare costs is too high. But he kept taking little digs at Sanders, and then Sanders was like, "No, you're talking about me. I'm going to address it." When Millen was trying to take back his time. So Markline finishes it up with, God forbid we change anything and go after and try to fix our broken system. Anyways, I ranted too long. And Sanders goes, yes, you did. And Markline goes back, I'm sorry, I didn't ask your opinion on that. If I cared about you, I would ask you, but I don't care about your opinion because you're part of the system. You've been part of the problem. You've been sitting here longer than I've even been alive. You are the problem. You should have it fixed a long time ago. And it's true. Sanders first ran for office in 1972. Markline was born in 1977.
Yeah, he's younger than me. Not by much, but he's younger than me. But yeah, I saw the exchange as far as reading it, but I didn't realize who it was. But yeah, that was absolutely beautiful. Whenever he was like, "Yeah, you've been part of this problem for longer than I've been alive, Broseph."
Yeah.
One of the
Go
funniest
sit
things
down.
I saw was when fucking Sanders the other day was like, "Well, if I had to prove my citizenship, I don't know where my birth certificate is either. It's probably on Mount Sinai, bitch."
Yeah, right.
With the rest of the Ten
It was on
Commandments.
the third tablet that broke.
Jesus, I mean, it's
You're
just
so yeah,
these people are just
I've
dumb.
been-
So speaking of dumb, so Secretary Duffy put out a post earlier, I think it was earlier today. Yeah, it was about 6:50 my time. Who said best cabinet since 1776. Ron Filipowski quoted it and said the first U.S. cabinet happened in 1789. No, that's when Congress affirmed that there was going to be a permanent cabinet. Washington had a
Right.
cabinet of his own in 1776.
Yeah.
So
See, they don't read the okay. This is why I beat Grok's dick into the dirt so often, because they'll grok something or they'll AI something, and then you, me, Jeff, we all use a lot of us use it as a tool, but we have trained our AI to not give the quick answer, to give the right answer. And so they'll go to Grok or whatever, and they'll just fire off their question, and the first paragraph will always be customer satisfaction. They tell you what you want to hear. The second paragraph will be, however. They never read the second paragraph. The first permanent cabinet, yes, was in 1789. The first cabinet, however, yes. So,
yeah.
Anyway.
Oh,
yeah.
So have you seen the Harry Sisson quote post from In Wokeness? It says an alternate reality
No.
where Elon didn't buy X, and it has Kamala Harris
No.
standing at the podium and dark mirror Richard Simmons behind her with AOC in the Speaker of the House position.
So he's saying that if Elon Musk didn't own X, then they would have been able to cheat again.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
But
Good. We're all on the same page.
Their stance is because Elon Musk bought X, they were able to cheat. Because remember, they don't think this election was above board. But remember, they threatened to jail us for shit like that. So.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So many people lost their accounts permanently on Facebook and Twitter and everywhere else for even hinting at it. Man, Marco looked tired last night, didn't he?
Well, when you've got 11 jobs.
I guess when you're the Emperor of Greenland and the Protector of Mexico.
Oh, dude.
Did you see Cuba today?
Yeah, trying to do the interdictions like we've been doing, apparently.
Yeah, so they shot up a boat. See, my thing is, Cuba's claiming that they were insurgents trying to create political unrest in Cuba, and I think that they were probably smuggling people out. Probably. But anyway, so Rubio made a comment of, we're apprised of the situation. We're going to, figure out a proportionate response. And I just immediately thought of Fat Electrician. I'm all like, shit's going to get really proportional around here when he was talking about praying mantis against Iran when we sank half their navy. And
yeah, no, I mean, this was a dumb move on their part, though. I mean, it really was, because if it turns out that they've actually killed Americans, we're already starving their economy.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And I mean, they have a Marine base at the end of their island. I mean, it's not that far of a hike for them. Just saying.
Could be a Sunday trip. Be like, hey, guys, let's go for a walk. Oh, look.
They just bounce in, grab whatever tin pot dictators running the country now, take them to Gitmo, real easy walk, just frog march them across the country. And there you go.
Oh, so this is interesting. According to Nancy Pelosi, the State of the Union speech was too patriotic.
Okay.
And I quote, "It's one thing to acknowledge patriotism, but it is another to spend an hour and a half doing it. How can you be
What's
too
the appropriate amount of time there, Nan? 30 minutes?
I don't know. The patriotic part of it was the part that I loved the most, and I love the fact that he kept weaving it in through. I mean, it was like smack the Democrats. Ooh, look, more great America. Smack the Democrats. Ooh, look, more great America. I was like, and that's when I was talking with Gene and Ross earlier. I was like, that is one of the things that I have come to admire about Trump because he is a constant. He's a constant showman, and he shined all over the place last night. Now you can fact check him. There were some things that kind of, but again, that depends on your region, because for a lot of folks, gas is not below $2 a gallon. I have seen it that low here. It's not that low currently here, but it was a couple weeks ago because they're starting to change
4.85
over.
a gallon where I'm at. So the national
Because
average, California is fucking up the national average.
And that's why he keeps leaving places like, because you'll notice he says in most states. So when he says in most states, it's around here. He's leaving places like New York and California off because y'all fuck with the curve. Because you're bastards. You should probably take Alabama off soon. I don't know what's going on with Alabama, but their gas is really fucking expensive too. Because she was complaining about that the other night. I was like, you're not that far from me. Your gas should not be that fucking expensive. But anyway.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think we have a Sean coming up next because I don't see a pending show for him. But what are you watching?
Okay, so I did the whole season of Wednesday, which is really easy when it's only like 10 fucking episodes. I liked it. I thought it was every bit as good as the first season. In fact, some of the music was actually better in it. You know how like when they'll take like a rock song or whatever and then do it with, classical instruments, whether it's the cello or piano or whatever. They used to do that during Westworld too, and I thought that was great. But no, the music in it was great. It was a fun premise. It was a fun story arc. I liked it. So
yeah, it was good. I think it was on par with the first one. I think there were things that I enjoyed a little bit more with the first one, but that's kind of how it works. When something's new and shiny, you're like, ooh, and then the second season, you're like, well, it's still great, but it's not as new and shiny as it was the first time. So, but yeah,
so I'll probably start watching Fallout this week. Get caught up on that. Then there was another show. I'm so pissed I didn't put it in my queue. Something popped up. I'm like, oh, I could totally watch the shit out of that, and then it was gone. And I got sad. So now I'll have to. I don't even know what the premise was. I don't know what the name was. I don't know who was in it. It was one of those things where it's like I'm kind of fading out, and I'm like, ooh, I got to remember that. Wake up in the morning, fuck. So,
yeah.
Anyway, I think it was a time travel thing. We'll have to look into it.
So yeah. My middle daughter's kind of turned me onto one of the shows that I kind of consider a guilty pleasure because it's not usually something that I would watch. But School Spirits on Paramount Plus, which has one of the main actresses from the Cobra Kai thing, playing the lead on this show, is actually really fun to watch for like teenage drama. So I don't know, but yeah, I've been kind of watching an episode of that here and there. Other than that, I've just been kind of catching up on the little bit of network TV that I still watch because the newest episode of The Rookie came out dropped on Hulu today, so I watched that on my lunch break. I didn't think it would hold up for me as well as it has. There was a time about halfway through that I was like, I don't know if I'm going to be able to keep watching this, but they do keep finding ways to make it entertaining. Like there was the Rookie FBI series that they got a one season run out of before they pulled the plug on it. One of the leads from that show keeps making recurring spots over there, and those episodes are always really good, and it usually sets up the season ending cliffhanger. And I think we're just about there for that because there was the episode today was really good. Other than that, I haven't really been watching too much. I watch all the new Trek, and there's some of it I like. There's some of it I don't. There's a few episodes of Discovery that weren't terrible. I really liked season 2. I liked season 1 of Strange New Worlds. Now that it's coming to its end, I'm kind of like, I could take it or leave it for the last couple of seasons. But Academy, I've tried. I really, 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 really have tried, and I've even defended some of the plot points because I'm like, It's 1,000 years later. Things go. Look at this country. Look at how retarded we've gotten in 250 years.
True.
Just saying. Just saying. So you're telling me in 1,000 years the Federation wouldn't be probably 5 times as retarded? But yeah, it's just, Kurtzman, and it's funny because one of the, and this happened by accident, like last Thursday night, I had turned on BZ on my TV because he was using, I was actually just live streaming from his studio link, so I didn't have to worry about turning anything off. So I turned on the show and they started running long and I fell asleep. And I woke up and it was playing all this Star Trek trivia stuff that I had never seen before. This stuff was kind of awesome. Like there was stuff that I didn't know. Like Tasha Yar's character was originally a Chicano woman, and it was going to be Troy playing the character until Roddenberry saw them both and said, no, you're the security chief. We're changing the name, and you're the counselor. That's part of one of the things that pissed Yar off, Denise Crosby, because she realized that the role she had that she actually landed was much more substantial, and the new role was basically window dressing. And then when she complained to one of the showrunners, they killed her off. And then Roddenberry did this whole smear campaign of, we don't like Playboy here at Star Trek, instead of telling people the truth, when McFadden left for basically the same reason, added a slight touch of sexual harassment. But some of the stuff, like, I honestly kind of feel a little bit bad for some of the shit that I've given Will Wheaton over the years, now that I know part of the backstory as to why he left. Because I didn't know it, but there was actually an interview that was part of one of these YouTube things that I watched, and it was he had landed a big role in a movie and had requested 1 week off to do the principal shooting because they were going to do the rest of whatever he had to do once they wrapped. And he was like, if you just give me this week off, I can go do this, and then I'll come back. And they said, we can't. We really, really can't. This is one of the character Wesley's biggest episodes. There's going to be huge character development, big arc, blah, 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 blah. So he's like, fine, I'll turn down the role. He turned down the role. Comes in for the table read. Not only was it not a huge story for Wesley, they wrote him out for the fucking week. He wasn't even in the show. He left like 3 months later. I was like, I kind of understand why he might have come across as a dick for a while. Because
no, he was a dick before that.
But I'm just saying, I kind of understand it now. Because if somebody had done me that way, I would probably be in dick mode. And yes, he was a dick before, but let's face it, for Paramount, he was a big grab back then, because let's not forget, he just came off of the whole Stand By Me thing, and that was a weird little breakout cult classic kind of hit. So he was kind of a big hit for them then. And then, but the funny thing was Sirtis pulled him aside right before he left and said, don't tell anybody I told you this, but it was one of those fly on the wall moments. They let it slip that the reason they basically did you the way they did you was because they were afraid if you had another big Hollywood moment, you would be almost impossible to control for the rest of your tenure. So they found a way to kibosh it for you. And
ironically, that was his entire shtick for the rest of his life.
But yeah.
So it was a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Pretty much. But yeah, so it's just those couple of things kind of made me feel a little like I was like, dude, there's like so many things that I didn't know. Like apparently before they basically took control away from Roddenberry, and the reason they ultimately took control away from him is his attorney would be slipping them rewrites in his name in like the middle of the night.
Yeah, I've heard that.
I was like, oh my God. I mean, like some of the things that every person really, really likes about Star Trek 3 or Star Trek 2 and Star Trek 6, the more, everything's kind of got a flow to it. You can kind of, it's not militaristic, but you can tell that there's like a regimen to it and there's discipline and blah, 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 blah. He hated all of that.
Mm-hmm.
It was he hated the entire concept of Star Trek 2 so much. Roddenberry leaked the ending.
That's so him.
I'm just like, dude, the whole thing is this entire franchise has been a shit show from the beginning. The only thing that saved it was people that actually cared about what the fans said. And now we're back in the same boat. The fans don't like the new shit and they're just doing what they want to do anyway. And the scariest part is all the bullshit and the running around in bare feet and the lounging in the chairs and everything that everybody's having a fit about, I guarantee you Roddenberry would absolutely love that shit. Because he hated the military side of Star Trek after Star Trek 2. He hated it and said as much.
Well, that's probably, probably a good thing that he kicked before Deep Space Nine really got going.
Dude, no, Deep Space Nine would have never happened. If he was still alive,
No.
Deep Space Nine never would have happened because he told them because he told them when he was still alive, that will never be a concept as long as I am alive. Star Trek is a show about people and ships in space, not a fucking space station. So yeah, it would if he had been alive, it never would have happened.
Right. So lucky for us. Talking about New Trek and Star Trek Academy real quick, I saw a post of a clip from the next episode. They are really going out of their way to sodomize the corpse of Star Trek as quick and hard as possible.
Is it the next one or the last
one? They have a theater club.
Okay, yeah, it's the next one. Well, the reason I was making sure it was the next one is because they affirmed that the Klingon is gay, and I'm like, dude, he would have been killed. They would have just been like, no.
Okay. No, I don't buy into that because look at Garrick. The Cardassians were every bit as warrior. Anyway,
yeah, but Garrick was closeted gay. This guy's openly gay.
It was overt. No, people were just in denial in the 90s. He was pretty overt. If you had any kind of so. But yes, they're all going to be theater kids this next one, which tells me that the one after that will probably be a musical episode because nobody has any new ideas. It was done on Buffy. Leave it at that.
Well, no, anyway. That's just it. Nobody has any new ideas. Hell, they're trying to fucking cast Boreanaz as the new Jim Rockford. I'm like, are we ever going to?
Okay, I'm not against that. I think Jim Rockford needs to be. Yeah.
I'm really not either, but at the same time, I'm like, are we ever going to get any new show ideas or are we just going to keep recycling shit? Because now apparently they're doing a Knight Rider movie. They're bringing Rockford back to the small screen with Boreanaz, which if anybody was going to be able to pull off the character of Jim Rockford, it would probably be him. So I don't necessarily have a complaint there unless they do what they've always done. Unless they do what they've always done and take a great character and fuck it up. So I'm waiting to see if that happens.
I don't think they will because given Boreanaz's run, because we were going over that on Culture Shift, he's had a solid run. Every show that he does was at least 3 seasons minimum, but most of them were like 5, 6. So, and it's like we were talking about. I'd watch it. Hell, I didn't mind the new Equalizer that had Queen Latifah in it. They did that pretty well the first season.
Yeah, I actually got into that for a couple seasons. I kind of lost track of it after that, but
I did too.
It's not that
I lost track.
So it's not that I hate all reboots. It's just I'm like I wish there were new ideas. Part of it is now it's not even just a reboot. Now they're just taking like new concepts and twisting them. Like CBS claiming that their newest show, Watson, is based off of Sherlock, and I'm like, dude, the Watson in that show was a chick. This dude's black. What the fuck? You can't say that's a spinoff.
Right.
You can, but there's no logical explanation to this being a spinoff.
But the Watson in the other show was Lucy Liu.
I know.
So what are you doing?
This one's Morris Chestnut. What? But and the thing about it is this show would have been a good premise without the Holmes underlay. Because the show itself is good. They didn't need the Holmes underlay. I think this may be the first Morris Chestnut show that I may actually get more than 2 seasons for a while. Because everything he's been in, he's been lucky if he gets 2. And it's not because the shows have sucked. It's just, for some reason they've never caught fire. Because but yeah. So, and it's like even the new stuff that they do try doesn't last very long. Like there was a sci-fi, there was a show on Sci-Fi for a while called The Ark that was pretty damn good. And they're getting the usual Sci-Fi treatment. Nobody knows when it's coming back on. They're not sure what night it's going to be on. They're not sure if it's even going to be able to come back on. I'm like, Sci-Fi hasn't learned their lesson in 20 fucking years. Really?
I was thinking the other day. It was funny you mentioned Sci-Fi. I was thinking the other day, what's the last original premise show I had seen? because it's like, yeah, Dark Matter and Lovejoy. Dark Matter was really good. Lovejoy's was good, but they were still procedural space shows. They were. It was a cop show in space, basically. The last original show I remember seeing, and they were absolutely done dirty because they had a flawed premise. Not in the show, but in cross-platform marketing, and that was Defiance. And what killed Defiance was they were trying to do a concurrent MMO with it because they didn't really understand the MMO audience that will digest all of your content immediately. And if you're tying it to the show, your game is sitting stagnant, waiting for a shoot schedule, and your show is trying to incorporate stuff from the video game that the fans are already tired of because they've already digested that content. So had they just stuck with the show, I think they would have gotten a couple more seasons, really developed the arc. And, but yeah, that was the last original concept show, even though it was kind of like, yeah, it's a little bit Alien Nation, which is true. But it wasn't like a beat for beat copy of it. So I have spoken.
Sorry, I was trying to put something on the screen, but everything's being. I don't know who did this, but this is so true.
It is very true.
It says how lesbians look in real life. Oh, I don't know.
That is true. Hey, speaking of real quick, how about, quick hit since we don't have anybody chasing us? How about Newsom imploding his fucking presidential campaign this week?
Oh, I was here for it, and I loved every minute of it. But since you live there, I'll let you talk about it.
No, if you didn't see, he went out and he code switched in front of a black audience where he started speaking slowly and enunciating because there's been studies done. That's what liberals do. They actually change their speech pattern like they're talking to an idiot. And there was a study on conservatives don't do that, liberals do that. He did that. He talked about how he got a low SAT and he's dyslexic, so I'm just like you. I'm not smart. And I'm thinking, why don't you just say you had a 680 credit score too?
He did the Ralphie meme.
Yeah, he did the meme. So
the Ralphie meme. Speaking of the memes, one last hit on the State of the Union. If you do a side-by-side, Rashida Tlaib and Omar did the meme.
Yeah. They did the screaming woman cat meme.
Yeah, it was perfect. That was actually Gene's graphic for tonight was Trump grinning and those two pointing and screaming. I was like, they did the meme. Yeah. Oh. All right. So where can folks find you, sir? Because I'm on 4 hours, and if we don't have enough.
You can find me as Yoda Secreto on Twitter right now because bastards, I'm in a 7-day Twitmo. Friday night, you can find me on Seven Swords, Curse of Stephaneros, as our D&D campaign will be dropping again. And this will be the session 1, first session when things start to get them moving. And then Sunday, you can find me on the Vincent Charles Project. And then Tuesday, you can find me on Men Explained Badly with you and Jeff and Vincent Charles. And is it badly or poorly?
Poorly.
Thank you. I don't know why. Anyway, Men Explained Poorly. It's a new show. Cut me some slack. I'm starving. Yeah, you, me, Vincent Charles, Jeff, Delaney, whoever wants to show up on the show. And then back around here with you next Wednesday. How about you? Where can people find more of you? More of Rick's essence?
Well, I'll be sitting in the producer's chair tomorrow night, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern for Disasters in the Making, followed by Jen and Rick live at 10 p.m. Eastern, followed by BZ's Berserk Bipad Saloon as our closing act for Thursday night. Friday, you can find me at the Rick Robinson Show, 12 noon, right here on all the usual places and spaces. Friday night, not sure what I'm doing with that space yet, but I'll figure something out. Saturday night off, Sunday night back doing Kingdom and Country. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday next week, Rick Robinson Show starting at noon. Monday night is America Off the Rails. Tuesday night, Men Explained Poorly. Everything else, check the schedule because I'm involved in like a good bit of the programming around here, so I don't want to keep talking. You can find me on X at BradleyVic73. You can find the network at KLRNRadio in most places. The only place it's different is Rumble. For some reason, they wouldn't let me use that KLRNRadio, so it's America's Podcast Network. That just occurred to me the other day. I was like, wait, the name's different over there. And then I also contribute to Twitchy.com as well as the LoftusParty.com, and I also produce the Loftus Party podcast, which drops on Tuesdays. But we're going to go. I hope everybody enjoys the rest of your Wednesday night. For those of you working for the weekend, you are nearly there. And after pulling what amounts to a triple, I'm going to bed. Bye, everybody.
Hail Hydra.
No hailing of the Hydra. We've had this discussion.
Oh,
She was with the Russians too.